Alrighty. Looks like we're up. Let's get after it. So today's going to be a build day. We have a great location picked out for the base. I think I did a pretty good job with what is going to be the sort of first area or the like where I go ahead and start making all of my progress and stuff. Actually, I should be able to bammo build up one of these spice things. Yo, what up, Gravy? Oh, no power. Okay. I don't have the ability to make more power there. Let's make more power with this. How are you today, Gravy? How's the guild going? Yo, what up, Bean? How are you today? Oh, there's no power in that either. Okay. We'll get this going. Need to farm all the basic materials first. There's nothing in base. Okay. Well, I believe in you. I think you got it. We're going to get this power going. We're going to get this spice melange going. And then I'm going to show y'all sort of what I built yesterday. That's going to be my base of operations for a bit here. Let's turn this bad boy off. YouTube is saying you're number one. You are number one, Mr. Bean. You're number one in my heart. I need some fuel cells. Got some extra fuel cells in you? Thanks, bud. Let's get some low-grade lubricants. Yo, what's up, Drat? Emmett has been downplaying his base building skills. I have. That's not true. This just sort of happened. I don't know. I was like in a fever dream last night while I was doing this. And it just sort of all came together in this really beautiful, this level at least looks really nice. I like our little balcony area here. It honestly, it came together super well. I don't like the different color walls here. I might change all these walls to be the same. But I wanted the walls here to reflect the same sort of softness as this balcony. But look at that fucking view, dude. Step out on my porch and just... Oh, so good. I'll give you all a little ornithopter view here in a minute. Show you what I did to the front and stuff. But it's finally not a fucking box. Right, we got all of this cool texture from the rock wall. I think the texture from the rock wall really does it for me. I think the texture from the rock wall really does it. That's just nice. The lower floor is going to be pretty bland, and I'm going to leave it that way. This is going to be the storage floor. So I'm going to just load this whole area up with containers and shit like that. And see what happens. Then I got my little Fief console back here. Let's go get our spice started, and then I'll give y'all a little... Thank you, Drat. I appreciate it. I'm pretty excited about it. Let's enable that bad boy. And then let's go ahead and... Oh, I ain't got no water. Okay, we'll have to wait until the nighttime to go get water. I don't have any water infrastructure right now. I need to get some water infrastructure. So right now I'm just rocking deciliter Johns. How much time did it take you to build all this? It took me about 3 hours last night, I guess, to get all the materials and get the whole thing built and move over and all that stuff. So we're way up on a cliff face. You can see here, the ground is way, way down there. My base extends most of the way out. The thing that I was mostly looking for here is I wanted to have a bit of texture everywhere. So I recessed this back. This is the ground floor here that got reset back. And then the second floor has all the windows. And then the top floor is just that balcony area. And then I textured the top a little bit by giving it that little bump. And I think the wind turbines that I'm going to put up here are going to add a little more texture. But there's something, I don't really like the ceiling, and I don't really like this wall right here because it feels a little too flat. I don't know if maybe adding, maybe extending this up, and maybe extending it out to the end of this wall, and then putting a pentashield across the top of it or something so that I come down and it's more of a landing zone for, maybe 2 or 3 ornithopters instead of just the one here on the outside. Might add a little something something to this sidewall. I'm not really sure. And like I said, I don't really like how untextured the ceiling is. But I think once I put some additional wind energy up here, we might not have a problem anymore. So we'll see. But for now, I think it's totally functional. It's definitely the nicest thing I've ever built. So I'm fairly happy with it. And as those of you who were on last night when we put down all the staking units know, this is an extremely small subsection of where we have to build, right? We've got all this area, everything that you can see in blue. So we pretty much took up all of the space in the top of this here. I guess we could go vertical some more, but we've got all that space out to there, but then it goes all the way down almost to the floor. So we've got a ton of wall space here to really get crazy with our base. So this is something, I mean, it's going to be a really long build project. We're going to expand as we need expansions. We're going to expand as we get crazy ideas. Something I want to do is I want to make this area right here my hangar. I kind of want to make an entrance to the hangar from below. So I want to fly up through a pentashield, maybe like around right here. Right, I'll stick a nice long protrusion out off of this rock right here, and then I'll build the hangar sort of all the way back up against this wall all in here, because I've got the extra space to do that there. And then I'll stick a protrusion off, and I'll fly up into the hangar. And then I can just, fly around the hangar to find a landing spot over there. And I'll try and connect it all somehow here. I'm not 100% sure how it's going to go yet, but I definitely want to fly up into my hangar. And then stuff that's way down low towards the bottom, I might use the bottom area for infrastructure stuff and use this higher area for stuff that I might actually need to interact with and stuff like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't go all the way to the ground, so I've actually had to build. You can see I've got another little building down there. It's got my Jeep in it. I actually, when I go on resource runs, I have to go and put all the resources in a box down there and then ferry them back up here with my Orny. That'll just be the way it is until I have a carrier. But it is unfortunate. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to look real nice. So we're going to have to get some more granite. We're going to have to get so much more aluminum and duraluminum. It's not even funny. We got to get some more water. It's going to be a hard farming day. We got a lot of infrastructure to get up. So aluminum, duraluminum, granite, maybe do some more building. I know it's a far distance, but I don't see the vehicle register in the storage. What do you mean, don't see the vehicle register in the storage? Oh, it's inside. Yeah, you can't see it because it's inside the building to protect it from the storms. I need bigger storage boxes. I had to put 6 of these because 6 of these take 1 buggy worth of resources. Do you mean see it on the compass? Oh yeah, no you wouldn't, because this is where my base cuts off. So it has to be inside the area of your base, and my base doesn't come all the way down. Yeah, so I just had to make another little thief here. This is a totally separate sub thief. Got its own console and everything. There just wasn't enough vertical possibility, because if I hadn't put all the vertical space that I did up there and tried to bring it down here, I honestly would have lost access to that platform where I currently have my base at, and a lot of that vertical space, so I just don't think it would have been as good. I'm also looking kind of in front of this wall right here, and as we come down towards the bottom, we lose a lot of our opportunity. There's a little stuff that you could maybe build down here, but a lot of stuff gets in the way. There's probably something cool that can go right there. There's obviously the whole hangar is going to go all up there. Maybe something cool can get built on this side, but there's not a ton of room over there. I don't really know. Let's go ahead and refuel this bad boy. And then let's get started on the freaking day of resource gathering here. Ain't no sense pussyfooting around about it. Let's get after it. Pitter patter. Would it be worth it in my mind to use the other sub thief to build a ramp? Yeah, so the problem is that I don't think you can build thieves close enough that you'd be able to get the vehicle in there, because there's got to be a gap between fiefs. So I just don't know if that would even be a possibility. You can't, overlap sub fiefs or anything like that. Even your own can't be built right next to each other, so that people can't block people in and stuff. Because, we have to protect people from people who are absolute buttheads. Because people are absolute buttheads. Have y'all seen what's going on in the PvE zone of the deep desert right now? With people swarming carriers and stuff like that, and crashing them to the ground in the open desert to get them eaten by sandworms in the PvE area? It's an absolute fucking travesty, dude. Absolute fucking travesty. I mean, the game just came out, so I don't expect that specifically to be. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I understand wanting to be competitive and stuff, but this is not. This isn't one of those games where the competition to keep your enemies down is the point, right? This isn't. I don't know. People need to grow the fuck up, I guess, is the problem. But whatevs. I'm just gonna chill in my little PvE base for a while. I probably won't be going into the deep desert because of that. Nobody's really gonna come after my scout orny, and I think my scout orny could just get away if I was out in the PvE area. You know, they're mostly going after assaults and carriers. But a big part of what they're doing is they're trying to ground you so that either you get eaten or you ground on some rocks. So there's a glitch or a hack or something that allows you to override the permissions of somebody's vehicle so that you can get in it and take it. Um, so that's a part of what they're doing too, is they're trying to ground the vehicle, and then if you get out, they override the permissions and take it away. So if for some reason you're out in the deep desert and that happens to you, don't get out of your vehicle unless you're on the deep desert, like on the open dunes, and then jump out. But I would say wait until the worm's coming, so that if they try and pick it up themselves, the worm will get it. I would rather risk, also losing my gear along with my carrier than just let somebody take my carrier away. Yeah, it's totally fucked. It's totally fucked. And it's definitely something that Funcom has to fix, because you can't go in the deep desert right now. Honestly, you can't go in the Haga Basin right now, because all that stuff is still possible in the Haga Basin, right? They can still just ground you in the Haga Basin and get you eaten and take your stuff. I don't know why specifically they're doing it in the deep desert. Maybe the permissions hack only works in the deep desert. But you could still get grounded right here in the Haga Basin. So maybe it's because they have less people to prey on, because the Haga Basins are separate. So there's only so many people, and so they go to the deep desert because it's more target rich. Actually, that sounds probably like what the justification is, but I wouldn't even go out there right now. There's plenty to do in the Haga Basin. There's plenty of stuff to do within the Duraluminum tier. If you spend some time just chilling in the Haga Basin and, build up in the Duraluminum tier and go run the schematic runs and stuff like that, and build up your stores of resources and weapons and armors and all that shit, then honestly, you'll be much, much better off when you do go back out to the deep desert in a week or two, when they hopefully fix some of this stuff. And you'll probably end up having a better time. So I would say just take a break from the deep desert. Let the little kiddos be little kiddos. Let them run around blowing each other up and stealing each other's ornithopters until they get banned. Because it is children, right? Like, it's either children or it's people trying to RMT. Those are pretty much the only two subsets of people who do stuff like that. There might be a couple of adults in there, some Fagans from Oliver Twist, who are, leading a group of children to commit crimes and steal from people. That's probably true. Best just not to interact. I mean, it's the same groups of people like what I had day 2, when that person came and tried to push my freaking Jeep out into the sand to get it blown up by the worm. There was literally no reason for that. I wasn't in the way of anything. I wasn't doing anything. Random person just saw that my Jeep was sitting out where he could get access to it and decided, hey, I should try and push this into the sand like an asshole. Just those same folks. It is why we can't have nice things. Except that's not true, right? So that would be true in the real world where, you can't really stop people from doing stuff. You can punish them for doing stuff, but you can't really stop them from doing stuff in the real world. But in a video game, literally have control over the possible actions a person can take, right? Just program the video game so that some asshole 12-year-old can't take my shit or do something like that, right? It's cool that vehicles have collision and that I can crash into a vehicle and push it. And that's nifty and that has fun PvP connotations. But if it's going to be used in this way, just make it stop working that way until you find some other fix. Would it kind of suck? Would it kind of take some of the fun out? Sure. But shit, make the vehicles pass through each other. I don't freaking know. I don't freaking care. Literally anything other than continuing to let people ground vehicles in the PvE zone. Or change the rules for the PvE and PvP zones, right? Because that's totally a viable strat in PvP. And I'm totally down for that. If you're out in a PvP zone and you're having a PvP fight, and you want to use that strat to ground somebody's vehicle so you can attack it, I'm okay with that. That seems reasonable. Because the whole time, oh my god, I did it again, ladies and gentlemen. I did it again. Oh, I can't go back to my vehicle. Oh. Looks like my vehicle respawn is over here at my base, but I actually didn't even turn my fief, my base, into my respawn point, so I need to do that real quick. One of these days, y'all, I'm gonna learn. Actually, because this is gonna be my respawn point, I probably want to move that out of that corner, but whatever. I don't know why I keep letting this happen. What is wrong with me? So I don't know if y'all noticed, but they actually changed the radius at which you can interact with this vehicle. It's not great, but when it's sitting down, all the way it works pretty well. Okay, fine. Be that way. I wanted to go get these aluminum nodes anyway. Should be just about full. Done this run a couple of times already, so. Really? Okay. Must have missed a couple of nodes, because normally I don't come and get those two, and normally I'm full by now, so. Whatever. Too complicated to get back to that one. What are you eating? Yeet. I want to go back over here to where these flowers are, because it's about to be dew time. We're going to get ourselves some water while we're here. Oh, it's not really that close to dew time. We've got a ways. Oh well. What are you going to do? Gonna wait around for a couple of minutes. That's what we're going to do. Because I need my dew. Do the dew. Maybe we could drive around a little bit and find myself one more aluminum node. Except I can't see freaking dick. Barely see my hand in front of my face. Much less try and identify an aluminum node. I wish that the light followed where you were looking. Like instead of a headlight, if it was like a searchlight or something like that, I feel like that'd be way more useful. Because I don't necessarily always want to turn where I'm looking. And I don't feel like that would be necessarily a bad thing, you know? I don't think that there's any sort of like overpoweredness of being able to move your searchlight or anything like that. I think it would just be a nice functionality. Well, unfortunately, I was unable to find my aluminum. Aluminium. Go ahead and leave the Jeep here and go reap my dew. Oh, seriously? Did my power pack just break? I hate you, game. Just freaking wow, dude. Just freaking wow. I'm gonna get this water. Even if it fucking kills me. Power pack. Repair. What happened? Why is my whole base just black? What's going on? It kind of looks cool. But also, what the fuck? Alright, how much time do I have? Almost none. We can do this. I believe in us. We're gonna get our 50k water. You've been hit with a debuff. Inconsistent textures. I don't need any debuffs, GM. Stop nerfing me. I'm already bad. No, it's poor dew harvest time. I didn't get all of my water. I am so sad. Please. Please let me fill up more things. We're so close. No! Did I get almost all of them? Yeah, okay, I almost got all my water. We're good. Could have been worse. This will be enough to get the aluminum going at least. I want you, I need you, oh God. Please. I smell children. I put a spell on you. And now you're mine. I want you, I need you, oh God. So we need calibrated servos. We need Silicon, we need cobalt paste. We actually have quite a bit of silicon and cobalt paste. I did do a big flour sand yesterday, and we still got a couple hundred cobalt paste from all that erythrite we farmed. So really it is just about duraluminum right now. We need to get plenty of duraluminum and plenty. This is really stupid. So these 6 storage containers have the exact same overall weight capacity of the buggy, but you'll see that once I get everything in there, the buggy actually retains 4 of its aluminum ore. So somewhere in all of this, you just don't get to put away 4 ore. Because, why should things actually be usable? It is a little lame. And then you'll see that when I put it all back into the Scout Ornithopter, it doesn't quite reach the 500 volume. I mean, it's just 4 ores, so who really gives a shit? And I could take it out, but I just leave it in there because I'm not fucking dealing with that. Ain't happening. One a.m. and you're unable to fall asleep. Do you want me to sing you a lullaby? Lullaby and good night. Go to sleep, Mr. Bean. Or perhaps I should help you stay awake and tell you a ghost story. Or read some Edgar Allan Poe, right? Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary. La petite fille de la mer. The little girl of the... what's mare? So where I'm from, we have, I assume, what is a similar legend. But it's La Llorona. And it's the legend of a ghost who haunts the river that she drowned her children in. Little girl of the sea. Got it. Honestly, I'm surprised that I was able to suss that out. So I took 2 years of French in high school because I met this French girl at camp, and I wanted to impress her the next year that I went. I never ended up getting to go back to camp because I started failing all of my classes in high school and inevitably failed out, so I never got to see her again. But I took French for 2 years because of that. But I failed that class every year too, so I'm honestly super shocked that I was able to figure out what most of that meant. Let's go check our storage facilities here. Make sure that we've got room for another 240 Ignats. Yeah, we got plenty of room. Ooh, we've already got 200 Ignats, so we're going to have 400 Ignats. We're going to be turning all of those into duraluminum. A couple hundred of those, got 160 of those. Hey, we've already got some duraluminum. Let's see how we're looking. Oh, so we need spice melange. That's right. I forgot. Got to start the spice melange. No. Do you believe in ghosts and all that stuff? So, I'm not a skeptic in that I don't believe that there's not anything that could be out there. I'm a skeptic in that I don't believe that of all of the infinite possibilities of why somebody's consciousness might continue on in some sort of an altered state, that we have any fucking clue what we're talking about. You know, the universe is insanely huge, and the possibilities of what could happen to your consciousness is massive, right? Like we don't have the capacity to even fathom all of those things. There are stuff that could be going on. There are things that could be going on in our universe that we can't even perceive because our perception is so limited, right, by the spectrums of light that we can see, the frequencies of sound that we can hear. Just all of that stuff is so limited. So what we see of the universe around us is this very, very small cross section of what the universe really is, and all of the radiation that's being put off, and all of the sound and light and just all of that stuff that's happening around us. We only perceive this very, very tiny, narrow beam of that. And so do I believe that, you know, people maybe see ghosts sometimes or see something they perceive as a ghost or what we describe as a ghost? Yes. I believe that there are probably times where spikes, right, in some of those frequencies and stuff might push something into the spectrum of our perception and allow us a glimpse of something that maybe normally happens in the background. And our brains need to be able to ratify what's going on in the world around us, probably contributes to why we see it as, you know, human images or something like that. So I can totally believe that. But is it the tortured spirit of somebody who died because they have unresolved issues here on Earth? No, I think that's batshit crazy. But do I think that there's probably something happening that you can't perceive that every now and then flits into the spectrum of our perception? Sure, absolutely. Hey Herman, how goes the solo grind? I see you are already in duraluminum and stuff on what, day 4 or 5? Freaking beast. Yeah, we're killing it. We're absolutely killing it, Charles. I finally, for the first time...
Charles Gilbert says, Mr. Bean, this is your great, 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 great grandmother speaking. Go to sleep and pay tribute to Shai Hulud.
I imagine, Bean, that if you had all of the information, then whatever it is that's happening to you would make sense. Lol. Might be related to Skoski. All right, so yeah, since you're here, Charles, I want to show you. This is what I built for my base. It's the first non-box I've ever made. Still a little boxy, but it's not a box. It's on the mountainside. I'm going to show you my view here in a second. I got a balcony with like a bajillion-dollar view. So this first floor is just going to be storage, so it's pretty bland, and I'm just going to get like rows of boxes and shit in here. Then you come up onto the second floor where I've got all my crafting and shit. And we've got ourselves a nice little balcony with some lighting and a cool little ceiling and shit. And then you step out to literally just $1,000,000 view. I mean, that's just the dopest right there. I could sit and stare at that for hours. But that's as far as I got last night. Took about 3 hours to get all done. It is a really good view, isn't it? I'm really happy about it. Normally I don't care about this stuff. Y'all are like infiltrating my brain with all of your aesthetic wants and bullshit. Now I'm starting to want to like play games differently because of you nerds. Okay. Is it almost nighttime again? I need more freaking water, dude. Oh my goodness. I need some of these, and I need some of these, and I need some of these. Need more water and spice residue. Okay. So I gotta get some more spice and stuff. With your 5 verticals, you should definitely cover that entire mountainside all the way up and down. Oh yeah, so we already did that yesterday, Charles. I'll show you. I'll show you the space that we've got to work with here. Let's just go down to this subfief. So I'm kind of built sort of at the top. You can see that it goes all the way up to here. So I've got this whole area pushed back here, but I've also extended it all the way out towards that wall over there. And then we've got all 5 of our verticals active as well. So it actually goes all the way down, all the way over there. There's not a ton of space outward from down there. My base right now is actually all the way at the edge on that front side over there. But yeah, we've got a ton of just wall space and shit here to make this some absolutely awesome shit. We've got plenty of space right here. I'm gonna put off of that little bit right there. I'm gonna put a hangar that you actually fly up underneath to get into. Unfortunately, I can't. I can't get my buggy inside until I get a carrier. So, gosh, I hope that I have my vehicle good. I can't put my buggy inside until I get a carrier, so you should see where all we can build with my wife's base on Ishtar. She can cover an entire above-ground massive pillar built underground almost down to the road underground. Oh, no kidding? Yo, that's awesome. Yeah, I've honestly I've considered making a base in the is it like right here by chance? That's a good pillar right there. That's a real good pillar right there. Or maybe right there. Yeah, but I've considered maybe making a base in the Haga Rift as well. Go close to the town at the end of that tunnel. Okay. Oh, is it that pillar? Oh, to the northwest, this way. So that pillar. That's actually probably cool because this has a lot of overhang here. So you could make a bunch of cool stuff underneath here. Yeah. Yeah, that'd actually be pretty dope. There are so many cool places to make bases in this game, and people have really, really not taken advantage of some of the locales. People are too worried about building their bases in places that it's convenient to get resources. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I bet you that's real dope. Did that nerd just snipe me? Oh my god, he got me. Oh my god. Run away. So many cool places to build bases in this game. There's gonna end up being a lot of really cool builds. A lot, a lot. Very excited to see what people come up with. If I want spice, could I totally just go out into the deep desert to get it? Yes. Like I said, I'm just gonna kind of avoid the deep desert right now. I'll come out here and get my 300 spice at a time. That's fine. 300 spice is enough to make one water catcher, I think. There's usually almost always a spice blowout here. Kind of surprised there isn't. Yeah, maybe we will just have to go out into the fucking deep desert and get a bunch of spice. Gross. At least if we fill up our entire ornithopter inventory one time, that'll be enough for most of the infrastructure I want to make, because that's a good, 30 or 40 spice. Okay, question. With how fast you progress, did you skip all of the journals and contracts? Also, did you get all the intel from each camp? No, I didn't skip everything. Actually, yesterday we did. So in order to progress fast, you sort of have to do the quests, because in order to get that much XP to get the intel that you need, right, you have to do a bunch of quests, because I'm almost level 70 now. And I'm actually pretty close to getting enough intel points. Well, okay, not pretty close, but I only need 300 more intel points to get to Plastanium tier, which should be pretty quick because I've still got the Bene Gesserit line, I've still got the Swordmaster line, I've still got the main quest line because I haven't done that. So we still have a lot of quests. But yeah, I mean, the fastest path is just to do quests and then gather up the resources you need to get like the next tier of cut array. And then do quests and then gather up the resources you need to do the next tier cut array. And then, just kind of progress through the tiers that way. And you have to be making the infrastructure as you go. Well, I mean, you were trying to play two characters, and I stream 7 to 8 hours a day, but I play 12 to 16. I play as much in a day as you play in a week. So I've got 3 weeks of progress if I was you right now. So I didn't really do anything exceptionally quickly. I just play a lot of fucking video games because I'm a degenerate. Yeah, exactly. There's just no contest, right? You and me aren't really playing the same way. Which is a big part of why games like this that run risk reward PvP systems are so trash and why their populations are so low is because the only people who can play a game that has a risk reward PvP system are the best players. Because the worse you are at the game or the more casual you are, the less you play, the more punishing those systems are to you. And so you punish the players that are having the hardest time already more than everybody else. It's garbage tier. I don't know why we ended up with this weird risk reward obsession. I mean, I know this is a survival game, and the idea of survival comes with the idea of risk reward, but goodness gracious, it's fucking stupid. And also, I play a lot, Charles, and I play really focused because I'm really enjoying the game. If I wasn't enjoying the game, then I'd probably just be dicking around, running in circles or something. But I can't get enough. I'm having so much fun playing this fucking game, it's not even funny. It's so beautiful, it's so fun to traverse. The ornithopter is fun to fly, so just being in my vehicle is fun. Riding the Jeep around and gathering resources is fun. Like everything that I do in this game, I feel like I'm just having a great time. So I never feel like, in a lot of games, especially like MMORPGs, sometimes when I get to a point where I need some more resources, I get this feeling of like, I gotta go fucking farm some more. And in this game, I get a little overwhelmed by how much I need to farm because it's a lot to set up the infrastructure and stuff right now. But it's not that I don't think I'm going to enjoy it. It's just that I'm realizing how much there is that's going to go into setting up what I want to set up. And so there's sort of this weight that falls on you. But in a lot of MMO games, right, the gathering and stuff isn't really any fun, and the traversal isn't really any fun. And so going out to do stuff like that is really fucking boring. But traversal in this game and being in the vehicles and stuff in this game is such a good time that I almost don't care what I'm doing because I'm enjoying it. The glide on the ornithopter is so much fucking fun. Oh my goodness. I love gliding in the ornithopter. Trying to get better at it. I know that there's an optimum way in there somewhere, right? And I want to find the optimum glide because it's going to help you get away in the deep desert more. Hey, thanks. I've been looking for that. But if you can glide optimally, then getting away in the deep desert will be even easier. And then when the deep desert inevitably changes back to full PvP, which I think it will, hopefully, I'll be good enough to fuck off. I want you, I need you, oh God, please. Hmm. I need to get a better compactor so I can get more out of these. That's probably good enough. I don't want to get eaten. Don't want to get eaten by a giant fucking worm. Boom. Pass my lounge. Deposit all this wonderful water. We'll see if maybe we've got enough to make one of these water catcher jobs. I'm gonna need a lot of them. I mean, I'm talking like a lot of them. I don't know exactly how much water they hold or how much water they collect in time, but they should have like an amount of water they collect in 8 hours. So we'll just multiply that by 3. That'll be how much water we can get in a day. And then we need to remember that we need to be able to hold at least 1.5 times, if not maybe a little more than 1.5 times, whatever they can gather in 8 hours. Because I at least will be off for 8 hours sleeping. So I won't be using up any of those resources. We want to give ourselves a little bit of time, to get up, get a run in, get some resources, start some stuff working. So we don't want to find ourselves in a bad position. We'll do that with another 3. We've already got 7. Nice. Let's kick in some duraluminum here. We've got a bunch of aluminum going. Let's actually cancel the aluminum. And then let's turn this into a full duraluminum. We'll put all the aluminum on that one, and we'll just do duraluminum on this one. We max that out at 85. Oh, we're going to have to get another duraluminum run in. Okay. And then let's do just another 60 here to keep this going for another hour. We want that water, though, so that we can do stuff with that water. All right. And then we're going to look. What does it take to build some things here? We need one of these bad boys. 240 duraluminum ingots. Okay, so we got to get fudge knockers. But I think we can already do particulate filters. Spice residue is going to be the thing holding us back here, but these will last for 8 hours each. So we're going to rock 2 of the particulate filters right now. Then we're going to go look at what these do. Gather rate 1.75. So 1.75 water per second times 60 seconds a minute times 60 minutes an hour times 8 hours. So they gather 50,400 water every 8 hours. So if I have 10, that's 1.5 million water a day. I honestly think I probably need 20 of these. I can definitely eat 3 million water in a day. Maybe not right now. I think 10 will probably be fine for now. But when I'm starting to do lots of plastanium and lots more spice and stuff like that, I'm definitely going to be able to eat all that water every day. Just on, it takes 5 million water to run one large ore refinery on plastanium all day. So just to run one large ore refinery 24 hours a day, you have to have at least, I think it's 5.4 million water coming in that day. So I doubt that I'll ever run a large ore refinery all day. So I'll probably only have one large ore refinery ever. Maybe 2, maybe 1 for aluminum and 1 for plastanium. 1 for aluminum might be able to run all day because it's so much cheaper to make aluminum, right? It's 1/6 the water. So I could run that all day on 1 million water. We'll see. We will see. And then, of course, there's the spice question. Because, 750 water for a single spice melange is fucking obscene. This game is trying to ruin my life. I know it. I freaking know it. All right, well, let's get our radiation suit. Let's go get some freaking duraluminum. I don't have the good cut array yet, so I'm probably just going to do this duraluminum by hand. And I think that's just a better way to do it right now. I wish there was a way to know if my vehicle was in my backup tool. Does anybody know, is there a UI element or, does the backup tool look a certain way when you pull it out or something like that? Sorry, what is better? The regular dew scythe Mark IV or the industrial scythe? What's the difference? So one of them is like a hand scythe and the other one is like a 2-hand scythe. And you can look, let's take a look actually. But it's definitely the big dew scythe, the industrial dew scythe. And the reason that is if you look at its area, meters squared, so this does 14.1 square meters and gets 3.6 water yield. And then this one only does 3.5 square meters and 1.4 water yield. So this is twice the value of this one with a significantly higher radius. So I honestly don't even know why the Dew Reapers exist when you have the Dew Scythes. I don't know what it is about this. Power consumption per second. It might be the power consumption. You can use a smaller power pack with this one. I don't know. But I see no reason in making the Dew Reapers when you can make a Dew Scythe. And then there's a unique tier 6 Dew Scythe that does 5.2, I believe, water. Yeah, of course. I definitely want the unique tier 6 Dew Scythe. And so scything your own water into leader johns is the most effective way to get water. Right? You see Sorry, Gilbert. It's totally a secret now. Well, I can't be a disappointment anymore. But so you saw in 8 hours, I was looking at gaining 50,000 water from one of those big water catcher tanks. But every single night that I go get water for myself, I gain 50,000 water. So the amount of water you can gather is insane. The problem is you have to actually go gather it. Ooh, more spice. Which means you have to be there for the right time of day. You have to be online, all that stuff. You little shit. I don't think I'm going to be able to get all those before he comes. The worm actually comes faster in the Haga Basin than he does out in the deep desert. The worm is significantly more of a threat here. And it's kind of silly. And also kind of ruining my life. Give me that sweet, sweet spice melange. Something I did forget is I kept my water jugs with me. Which was a terrible idea, but let's just go ahead and put them in here. Primary reason I don't want to keep the water jugs with me is I don't want to take up my weight so I can hold more at a time as I gather, but whatever. This will be fine. These beautiful things that I've got. Zoom. Zzz. Even just this tiny little mini game for using the cut array makes gathering so much more fun. I know there's a non-zero number of people out there who think gathering mini games are stupid, but I fucking love them. And honestly, the people who think gathering minigames are stupid, yeah, so I don't know why they did that, and they need to bring that shit back with the buggy. Like, why doesn't the buggy cut array have the same little scanner function that the regular cut array has? That's stupid. It's hella stupid. I want it. It has to be something that was tested and then people didn't like it because you're not in control. If you're the person on the cut array, you're not in control of the buggy's location. And so I'm sure you've noticed that sometimes when you scan with the cut array, you get a scan that's in kind of a weird spot. I'm not doing this with the buggy because I'd have to drive the buggy all the way down here, Charles. And it's kind of a huge pain in the ass. I'm actually not entirely sure that driving down here with the buggy one time is faster. Did I just get sniped at? Yep. That dude just fucked me up. Pretty sure my vehicle respawn is way up here. Yep. Oh, somebody shoot me in the face. At this particular juncture, yes, Charles, I think I do want it done again. Well, looks like you're about to get your wish. We're gonna take the buggy down there. Since we're gonna have to be down there anyway. Or go down there anyway, we might as well. I guess I could take the sand bike, it'd be slightly faster, but honestly not by very much, because I've got a Mark 1 sand bike with a Mark 1 engine and no booster. So we'll drive the buggy down there, we'll fill the buggy up. We'll put our ornithopter in our storage. Backup tool. And then we'll get this all done. How do I change my vehicle respawn point? Is it in here maybe? Because I know it automatically does it sometimes. But I feel like I should be able to change it. Or do I have to like get in and out and then press enter? Or I don't really know. Because if I die again, I want to be able to respawn there. Okay, press enter. Got it. These beautiful things that I've got. Chug-a-luggin'. Sorry. Missed your idea. Think I want to get enough materials to make me multiple buggies so I can set up small outposts, store the buggy. One outpost to the radiation place. So, here's the reason that I don't think that's actually going to do you any good. You will get more resources with the buggy than you will by hand. So it will do you some good. Sorry, it's not that it won't do you any good. It will do you some good. But the problem is that most of the time involved in gathering things from different areas with the buggy is in the transport time. Right? You've got to drive yourself all the way over there and drive back. And you're not really saving yourself on that transport time by using an ornithopter to transport that stuff, because the ornithopter has a really small carrying capacity, and so you have to make multiple trips anyway. Will you ultimately probably save a little time on transport? Sure. It's not going to be very significant. And so you're only really going to save time on the actual act of gathering, which already doesn't take a huge percentage of the time anyway. So, yes, it will provide you with some time saving benefit, but I don't think it's going to be significant enough to warrant utilizing all those resources and all of your sub thief consoles on making additional buggies and bases to hide them in. Your better use of those resources is going to be to try and get to a carrier and carry all those things around. Now, there is a... That's why people say that a centralized base at the northernmost part, Western Vermilion. Yo, do you want to calm your little ass down, dude? Get away from me. So that's why people say West Vermilion is the best base location, so you're equal distance to all the resources. Yeah, it is. But those people are dumb. Because the amount of time you're going to spend where your only viable option is to buggy over and get some resources is so small, right? Because you get the buggy, and then within 5 hours, maybe 10 hours of playtime, you get the ornithopter. And so, yeah, the ornithopter is a less effective way of gathering resources. And so you're not gathering at buggy rates with your ornithopter. Oh, that is so far away. Holy shit, please don't get eaten, please don't get eaten, please don't get eaten, please don't get eaten. So you're not gathering at buggy rates, but you can still get everywhere easily. You can still get plenty. At that point in your gameplay, you're not using a ton of resources per item that you need to make. So little trips with the Scout Ornithopter are more than effective. And if you want to go for a bigger trip, then you absolutely can just drive the buggy wherever you've got to go. That's perfectly fine. Honestly, I think probably if you wanted to save yourself some time on the trip, the best thing you could do to save yourself time on the buggy trip would be disassemble the buggy, fly to where you want to go to gather your resources in your ornithopter, reassemble the buggy, gather, and then drive back. And that'll save you most of your time on your whole trip out. And then you just have to, actually drive all the way back to your base. And so it's not perfect, but that's probably the best solution there. Okay, let's get out. Then we'll get back in. Then we'll hit yes, change. Now this should be my spawn point. So if this fucking asshole kills me again. Oh, the little thing where they were at is gone now. Cool game. Real freaking cute. But there is one edge case where having lots of different base locations is probably a really good idea. And that edge case is could have just been pressing F. That edge case is when you only have a little bit of time to do stuff, right? Like when you're frequently only getting on for, say, 30 minutes, then being able to log on and go to where your mining buggy is and do a little bit of mining and then log off with your buggy full of stuff wherever it is, and then log back on and do your transport, and then log off, while the stuff is running at your base. So if you know for a fact that you're only ever going to have maybe like 20 minutes at a time to game, and you want to be able to gather at the highest rate you possibly can, then you probably want to go ahead and make bases with your buggies and stuff. So you can get on, travel quickly to that base, get on the buggy, do a good run, and then just leave the resources there until you have a chance to transport them. But I think that's a pretty massive edge case, and I don't think people who only have, 20 minutes in a session to play really play survival games. So I think that's probably the only time that would be the best option. And then I guess there is also the question of how does it feel? It is kind of cool to have outposts all over the world. So if you like the idea of having little bases and you like, oh, that's why I didn't bring it. Mother. Okay, well. This is all getting way out of hand. Really? Are you kidding me right now, game? Server is definitely crashing. Or is this rock just stupid? Okay, this rock is stupid. Oh, am I already so high on my radiation? I just got back into the zone. This is all going terribly. I don't even know what to do with myself. This might be the most ineffective resource gathering run I've ever gone on. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't realize that I was going up to radiation level 3 there while I was in the pool. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Makes a lot of sense. We're only in radiation level 1 here, so I actually might not be able to find duraluminum at this particular rock formation. I think all the duraluminum... No, it is here. So this is probably the real best then, is to try and find the places that are only in radiation level 1. And gather by standing sort of outside the pool. Although my rads are still really cruising up. What's going on here, game? Because I don't have a cut array on my buggy that's of a high enough tier to gather jasmium. Because you always have to start with the handheld. And I just haven't made the cut array yet. Trying to get some other infrastructure going at the base. Which, considering how much duraluminum I need, I do need to make the cut array, and honestly, I just forgot. Because I'm so obsessed with trying to make my water and stuff right now. I love that they've actually gone and made paths on these so that you really can drive the buggy around here, though. Like, it's not super easy and it's not super convenient, but they went out of their way to structure the rock formations and stuff so that you really can drive around them. You mean you didn't want to skip all the infrastructure and make the carrier first? Seems like the best idea. No, unfortunately. If that were the best idea, that's definitely how I'd do it. But I tried skipping duraluminum tier last time, and it kind of put me in a bad position. Fucked up my life a little bit, so we're not going to do that again. there any tier that you can skip? Like, could you get iron tier and then skip steel and go straight to aluminum? Yeah, steel probably is one that you can skip. The only way you can skip tiers, really, though, is if you're willing to give up the infrastructure that that tier provides. So if we look at the way they structured the buildings, all of your water infrastructure happens, right? You get copper, which is your cistern. Then you get steel, which is your wind trap and your medium cistern. And then you get duraluminum, which is your large wind trap and your other cistern. And then in between all of those, you get, your iron has your blood. So if you don't need the blood purifiers, you can skip iron. And then aluminum has your scythes and your decaliter johns. So if you're not going to hand farm water, you can skip this one. If you want to hand farm water and do blood, then you can go from iron, skip steel, go to aluminum, and then hand farm. And then honestly, if you wanted to hand farm really hard, you could skip duraluminum because that's where the death stills are, right? Steel and duraluminum have the death stills as well. So if you just wanted to hand farm and skip all that, you could actually skip duraluminum and go to plastanium. But you're going to be hard farming water if you do that. And then if you look at the actual structure construction, you can't really skip steel anyway, because you have to have all these structures to build all this stuff. So your steel and your duraluminum also have all of your wind power and stuff like that. So you have a hard time skipping these anyway, because you still need some of that infrastructure. So, and then, you've got your storage containers are aluminum, so you're going to spend some time in aluminum anyway. You've got your next tier of compactor, right? There's no tier of compactor here, so you kind of have to do some aluminum anyway. So they spread things out enough where you sort of need a little bit from every tier, no matter what. So identifying what exactly it is you want from each tier, and then just focusing on that is better than trying to just downright skip a tier. Oof, getting framey. What's up? Hey, guess what I don't have, y'all? Got 5 decaliter johns, no water. It seems like the only thing that you can really skip is like the one type of armor, and most weapons you can skip all the sand bikes. Yeah, so that's something. Yeah, I don't have any water, Charles. I just looked. We are sans water. Oh, look at all this basalt. Wow. I gotta leave here pretty soon anyway, so. The rads are up. And not because I just did a sick skateboard trick.
Charles Gilbert says, why do we watch this trash can play games?
How do
So
you
we
know?
can see all the ways we shouldn't play LOL.
You're an asshole, Charles. You're an asshole, Leo, 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 Leo. Bleh. At least my vehicle respawn is here. Ooh yeah, what's up? Smartest man alive. See, y'all think I'm bad at video games. What you don't realize is you just can't handle the mental power it takes to play video games on this level of strategy. I am the Magnus Carlsen of video games. Playing strategies you didn't even think of yet. So much jasmium. Honestly, we're going to end up with so much jasmium when we get back. It's not even going to be funny. Jasmium for days. We're going to make all the duraluminum. That might be a little spice melange. Yo, why is this worm over here just like fucking chasing me around? I don't want to be your friend. Go make friends with the other worms. Bet drinking would enjoy this game. Oh, Darkling? Yeah, she might. She might. She would eventually get mad that she had to go into the PvP zone, though. Which is probably why she isn't playing. Or at least not that I'm aware of. I haven't spoken to Darkling in a really long time. Gosh, I love being able to just drive off the side of shit. Bounce around all crazy. Have a good time. I'm gonna get the drop on these nerds this time. Where you at? Left. Oh yeah, we got rocks to have cover. While we reload, we're not just standing out in the open like an asshole. Still almost gonna lose this fight. That's okay. I kind of want to go see if I can get some water before I die here, but I kind of feel like I'm not gonna make it. Let's see. Gravy doesn't like to wear pants. That's funny. The Pantless Twins. Be like the Wonder Twins. Wonder Twin powers activate. Form of a pantless nerd. I'm flying all this way because this is the only place I know where there's like lots of water. It's also about to be nighttime, so maybe I can reap a little bit of dew here so that I can drink a little bit of water, you know, again. Somebody's got a nice big square there. Good job, dude. Holding it down for the square folks. Wow, this is really poor dew harvesting time. My goodness. Okay, we got 2K. That's good enough. That'll give us a couple of drinks. A couple of full drinks. Kind of surprised my vehicle's not showing up on my radar here. I want you, I need you, oh God. Got an earworm. Can't get rid of it because I don't know the rest of the words of that song. It is turning out to be a real rough day to be me. Earworms and can't gather any jasmium without killing myself and just having a rough day. Um, we were talking about in the game, Charles, but hey, you know, what a man does in the sanctity of his own home ain't nobody's business. You do you. Hot tub stream Dune. Oh, do it, dude. Do it. I would watch that. Okay, can I please get some more freaking jasmium here? Playing Dune like a Chad, always hydrated. I gotta tell you, you definitely have been watching me play too much if your idea of Chad gamer is the most basic level of survival instinct. Stay hydrated. Yeah. I think I have severely reduced your expectations. I think maybe you should go watch some people who are actually good at video games for a while. Get recalibrated, you know? Stay hydrated, keep my motorcycle and once human repaired. And I use my minions. Oh my goodness, you use your minions as well? Oh, I died again. Vehicle respawn. I've been talking to myself for a while. Whoops. So after you said that you actually put your minions away, Charles, I asked if you also use the Holtzman shield in Dune, because that's really peak gamer for me. Is the most basic step of pressing H. Either I'm muted or Charles isn't listening. That's how conversations happen. I was just wondering if you actually use your Holtzman shield in Dune, Charles. Especially because I prefer meleeing everything. Yeah. Yeah, I think the melee people tend to be better at using the shield. Oh, you turn it off when you're not being attacked? Wow. You don't have to do that, right? It only uses power when you're actually being attacked. The game made it so that it's idiot proof, and all I have to do is leave it on, and I still never have my Holtzman shield on. Yeah, but if you run out into the sand, yes, that's true. I don't usually go out onto the sand unless I'm on a vehicle, though, and the vehicle automatically turns your shield off when you enter it. So, again, like they tried to make it idiot proof so that I could use it. Still can't manage. It feels like the devs specifically went out of their way to be like, hey, survival hermit, use your freaking shield. And I was like, I don't wanna. I'd rather be dead. Yeah, I almost feel like ornithopters are like bad for this game because driving around in your buggy is like peak entertainment. Wormsight Spire. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. Blah 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 blah. Finally got those 4 aluminum. All I had to do was take a suboptimum trip. Got 4 aluminum back. Alright, that one's already done with all of its duraluminum. Let's go ahead and trigger up. Oh, need more water. Okay. But we do have 350 aluminum ingots done. We got about another 100 we can make here. Our spice is done. Got 12 spice. So it's really just about getting enough duraluminum to start making those water traps. They are expansive. Let's go up actually to the roof. And let's go see about what we're going to make here. Lekka17 with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Howdy, howdy, howdy. You've been enjoying your time in the world of Arrakis? It's going fantastic. I am with you. I have, since the Head Start launched, I have almost 300 hours. So, what is today? The 26th. So, in 22 days? Yeah. Today's the 23rd day. I have almost 300 hours. Please allow me to place this. Just followed you. Gonna watch your stream until it ends. Hey, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Usually like 7 or 8 hours. It kind of depends on how things go. We've been going for about 2, so I got another 5 or 6 hours in me. Unless something horrible happens. What time of day is it? Gross. We got a long time before we can get some more water. Guess we better go on a farming run then. Might as well get some more aluminum. Yeah, I don't expect people to watch the entire streams, Lekka. You watch as much as makes you happy. But I think I smell something burning. I might have left the stove on. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Nothing's on fire. I'm level 69 right now. I'm just about to hit level 70. I restarted. Today's the 4th day since I restarted. Because I was in a guild. I was actually leading a guild. And things kind of exploded. So, yeah. We're doing some solo stuff. We're just trying to get our infrastructure for our water and our power set up. We've actually got a huge base area that we're trying to build here. If you take a look, I expanded it out. And so all that blue up there, my little base is up there in the corner, but I've got this whole rock wall staked out. So we're going to build a whole bunch of stuff up against this rock wall and have ourselves a real good time, I think. I'm a pretty trash builder, so we'll see how it goes. I'm good playing Dune. Dune is a new trending game. I like to play what I like to play. Expedition 33 seemed like a really good game. I don't have any opposition to playing it, but I don't think I would enjoy it more than Dune. It's not really my genre, you know? I'm more of a survival MMO style kind of a person. I like to be out here with lots of people. I like to gather lots of resources. I like to make weapons and shoot enemies in the face with them and stuff like that. So this is just kind of my speed of game. I really like it. I don't see any sense in playing a bunch of games that I'm not going to enjoy as much. And now we get to the point where this person tells me that they're an art designer and that I should buy their art. Because really, it's just a bot. Because it's always a bot. Can I check your Twitter? Is that where all your art is? While I'm there, can I look at your art and see if maybe it's something I want for my channel? Oh, look at that. That's exactly what it is. And now you're going to get banned. We could have just had a nice conversation. Instead, you had to be a butt face. Bye, Lekka. Womp womp. We almost made a new friend. Then, unfortunately, they were a butt face. Getting to be nighttime. That's nice. Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. Didn't quite make it. Don't get in the way of my laser beam. Roar. I drive up the cliffs, 'cause my Jeep's so dope. Driving up the cliffs. Doing sick flips. Need to see if there's building structures. I think I kind of looked briefly, and I don't think there actually are. But need to take a look and see if maybe we can build a loop-de-loop. Make a big old claim, and then build like a roller coaster again. Because I love roller coasters. Drive the Jeep through a roller coaster. Or, what if we could get a whole siege involved and make like a racetrack for your ornithopters that had like big hoops? And the goal was you had to like fly through the hoops. And you just followed the trail of hoops across all of Arrakis. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. When we get back, I think we're going to check and see if I'm able to make the duraluminum cut array for the Jeep. Because then we'll just drive back down there to get more duraluminum as we need it. Because we're going to need so much, there's no point in hand farming it any longer than absolutely necessary. And it'll help us farm more aluminum more effectively as well. And that's just a win-win. So we might as well do things the smart way. Since we're already making our lives as difficult as possible with gathering by having to put stuff in this little base and then ferry it up to our main base, we might as well try and make everything else as easy as possible. Big yawn. Low fuel. Oh no. Oh shit. We filled that whole container up. We're going to have to get some more water. We are gathering resources faster than we're getting water to use those resources, which partially is because we don't have enough ore refineries, but we could be setting up more than we can actually make, right? You can always just start a whole bunch and it eats the water. But we're obviously not able to do that because we don't have the water. Coming up on the dew point here in just a little bit. I'm dying of dehydration too. That's cool. Always something on Arrakis. Can't just have 5 minutes of peace. Because we've got both of these storage things basically all the way full here, I think I'm going to go ahead and stop trying to gather aluminum and duraluminum for a while. We're going to keep trying to go out and get the water, trying to remember to go out and get the water. And so we can continue to make more and more aluminum and stuff so we can continue to work on our infrastructure. While that's happening, we're also going to go grab us some granite, I think, and see if we can't build some more stuff over here. Because I'd like to try and get the hangar set up. Basically what I want is a big ass circle. Maybe a big ass hexagon. Yeah, I think a big ass hexagon is actually what I want. Well, I guess I'll just put all this in one of these over here. That's fine. Or do I have the resources to just make... Yeah, let's just make another one. Nice. Ooh, even my aluminum's all done cooking. Gracious. Guess we better go get our water. High speed, low drag. Damn it. It's cool that the vehicles slide down the sand. That was an interesting little ad. Um, but I think it takes away more than it adds. Because it's pretty fucking annoying when you get stuck behind your vehicle and it's sliding down the hill on top of you. I don't like it. And I know that the answer is just don't park in that angle and it won't happen. But also, it annoys me and I wish it just wasn't a thing. To scythe. All right. Water's done. Boom. 50,000 water. Let's go get a bunch of duraluminum triggered. Gonna trigger just as much duraluminum as we possibly can here. 104. And it's all the water. Okay. That's a bummer, but has to be done. We already have 130. So that's still not going to be enough for one of those water traps. Wow. Jeez, we're gonna be farming duraluminum for the rest of my life. That's how that works. Buggy cutter rate tier 5. We need thermoelectric coolers. I can get the thermoelectric coolers by going into the deep desert. So let's go make our first foray into the deep desert here real quick. We're just going to find some random testing station. We're going to go in there. We're going to beat everybody's ass. We're going to come back. Need gas. Come back, make the buggy cutter array, put it on. Do some fatty duraluminum runs. Let's actually go ahead and repair this thing too. In order to do that, we got to repair a welding torch. It is a tier 5 or a Mark 5 welding torch. It is going to eat up some of our duraluminum. But I really like the Mark 5 welding torches. They make things much faster to... I have to learn the Mark 5 welding torch in order to use it. Well, aren't you about a poopy face? They're just so dang useful, right? They keep things going a lot longer, I think. They definitely repair much faster. That's for sure. I always forget to hit the scanner. Alright, let's go get us some thermoelectric coolers real quick. Maybe get some duraluminum. Oh. Can't even go into the PvE area of the deep desert without at least having a little bit of water on my character. The testing stations will have water inside of them, so I'll be fine once I get out there. But you know what else I think is I think the entrance right here, there's a bunch of people just standing around. The entrance where I go in right next to my base, I think I might go ahead and drop a sub-thief there and build like a sheltered location. And then I'll give public access so that people can just go in and out of it. But I want to kind of build a sheltered location so that if I come back and there's a storm, that I'll just end up inside of my base so that I'm not getting destroyed. And then if anybody else comes back in that location, they'll be able to just pop out of my base. They'll also have that same potential benefit. Hey, nobody stole my ornithopter. So it is dangerous to come into the deep desert at all at this particular point, because people can just straight up jack your ornithopter. And there's not really a good goddamn thing you can do about it. So be careful. wonder if I can get thermoelectric coolers in that PvP zone over here. Let's go find out. Looks like somebody cleared it out. Ooh. Oh, no. Darn. I guess technically this is a better sniper rifle than the one I had, than the one I'm using. Because it's an adept, and I'm using a house. Yeah, looks like somebody cleaned that bad boy out. Too bad. There's a nerd and an assault ornithopter, maybe? Oh, look at that. There's another nerd. We got nerds everywhere. Oh, this is one of the melee dudes, too. Yeah, this dude's probably pretty well equipped. He's gonna wreck the snot out of this thing. That's cool, though. Free loot for me. It looks like somebody might have already gone through and cleared it. So much free loot for me. All right, perfect. Better to be lucky than good. Not very many chests in here. Hey, another welding torch. Nice Mark V Holtman shield. I'm not currently wearing a Mark V. I'm not. Go ahead and put the Mark V on, drop the Mark III on the ground. Not that I'm ever actually going to use my Holtzman shield or turn it on at all. But hey, now we've got a Mark V. Nice. 30 intel points. Big boy chest. Double sealed still tint. Okay, thanks for that. Cool. Definitely think we got everything we needed here. Responsive planer I don't care about, but a full suspensor belt I'll take over my leap all day. We'll go ahead and just drop that in there. Nice. Super free. Got everything I needed. And all the girls say I'm pretty fly. For a white guy. He's getting a tattoo, yeah, he's getting it done. He asked for a 13, but they drew a 31. He teleported me before I crashed. Always like it when it does that, because I don't like that crash sound, that crunchy. Like, hey, you just hit a wall and you should be dead. Alright, so when I spawn in, where am I? This is actually the first time I've spawned in. It's possible that I built my base, my lower base, with my Jeep in it, like right where the spawn point is. No, I didn't. Okay. Actually, kind of far away. Don't like it. Those in there. Perfect. We're gonna eat this still tint thing. Oh, I can't eat it yet because I don't have still tint from the Fremen line. That's hilarious. But I should now be able to make... I think I actually need water still, but... Should be able to make my thermoelectric cooler, or my Mark V fed array. Yep, just need 1,000 water. Time is it? It's just getting dark. Let's see if I can actually get water twice. Let's go ahead. Repair that deciliter, John. Repair that scythe. And since nighttime just hit, we'll go try and get water from our main spot. Then we'll come back and drop the water off. And then we'll go try and get water from, like, the good spot. Let's see if we can't get a whole 100,000 tonight. Because I need water like whoa. I don't think this is going to fill me all the way up right here. I don't think there's enough water to do it outside of prime time. I think you get like 3 or 4 times as much during prime time at least. So we'll get whatever we can. We'll fly back, we'll drop it off, and then we'll hit the good spot right at prime time. We'll at least get more water this way. I don't know if it'll be a whole 100K, but it'll be more than 50, so... There's quite a bit over here where we used to base too, so since I have so much time, we'll hit that up. See if we can't fill this bad boy up. Oh wow, have I not gathered the intel right here? Hey jerk. Can't believe I never grabbed this intel. Goodness. Like I'm trying to be bad at the game. Wow, I only got like 35k from all that? Okay. Well, after that experience, it is painfully obvious to me that there is no point in gathering water outside of the prime dew time. It just takes way too long. I won't be trying to make 2 runs ever again. I'll just make some more leader johns, and because I can still get, you know, 70 to 100k depending on which place I go to. I wonder when we're getting the deposit all function. That's what I wonder. They said they were going to give us one. I need it. I need a bed. All right. Here's the good water spot over here. Are we in the optimal time? We're pretty close. me that sweet, sweet dew. I think I need to upgrade my power pack. This Mark III isn't really cutting the mustard. It falls apart too easy. Probably need a new power pack. I don't think I actually have enough space. I think I'm over full here. Let's go trigger some stuff up here. What are those comments from somebody? What do you mean? Do you see comments that I don't see? Oh, I thought that person got. Apparently, when I use Restream to block the person, it doesn't actually kick them out of the chat. Hang on. There we go. Now they're banned. Much better. Yeah, I mean, if you come into my stream and try and sell me your art for my channel, then I'm going to tell you you're a bot and that you can get fucked. And I don't really care if that's disrespectful. Those people annoy me, not because I don't like having them in my chat, because whatever. Those people annoy me for the same reason a lot of stuff, a lot of advertising annoys me. And it's because they prey on new people. You know, those people aren't in the big streamers streams and stuff because those people already have artists and stuff that they work with. They're trying to prey on people who don't really know what they're doing and trick them into buying art that's not really going to do anything for their stream. And ultimately, they're probably not going to continue streaming anyway, right? A majority of streamers stream for a little while, realize maybe it's not for them, and then quit. And so preying on that and trying to squeeze, you know, tiny little bits of, yeah, all that stuff is the same stuff though. Those quote unquote free packages are advertising for paid packages, right? It's just like free video games that have, you know, tons of cosmetics or, you know, pay to win aspects or anything like that. Or, you know, a drug dealer giving you your first taste for free or whatever dumb shit it is. It's just people trying to trick you into paying for shit you don't need. And they're all a bunch of assholes. They're all a bunch of useless assholes. Don't provide no value to nobody. And I hate them. The welding wire's in the crafters so that it automatically gets deposited, the resources automatically get deposited here in this chest. So that chest has input 3, and all of my refineries have output 3. So I fill up all their storages with welding wire, and then it automatically goes to the output. Oops, that's not where I wanted to come. What do you think of my view, though, huh? This is the hermit life right here. Base on the side of a mountain, chilling with a beautiful view. Yeah, sorry, I didn't tell you that, but yeah. You don't have to transfer stuff manually out of vehicles. You also don't have to transfer stuff manually into vehicles. So you can just look in a chest and still open up the vehicle inventory and fill up your vehicle. So if you're trying to move stuff, it's really easy. Because you can just boop. I can just fill up my sand bike here. Talk myself in, talk myself out. I get all worked up, then I let myself down. Been running bodies, what seems like across the map from oh yeah. Yeah, that's hella dumb. You know, I don't have any water. Couldn't couldn't drink if I wanted to. It's actually not entirely true. There might be just a little bit of water right here. Let's see. Oh yeah, 88 milliliters, baby. What's up? So good at this game. Yeah, I spent them all. Gotta get that duraluminum up, dude. I need 43 more. Is this making at least 43? Okay, 55. So I can spend 12. Let's see what it takes to make one of these. So we can make two of these. Just need a little more water, so we'll have to wait for the night. Let's see. Honestly, while we're waiting for nighttime again, because we're going to need some more water here in just a little bit, I'm going to go grab me a little food because I'm a little hungry. So give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back, and then we'll go get some more water, and we'll get some infrastructure going, which will be real great. Alright, we back. We are gonna throw this food down. I think we still got quite a bit of time till night, and then we gotta wait until the end of night anyway. But we're good. So once we get this water and we get going again a little bit, we're gonna go ahead and take the buggy. We're gonna go back to the duraluminum. And then I think no, that's right. We won't take the buggy back to the duraluminum because we still got a lot of stuff that needs melting down. So we'll get this little bit of water. We'll get some water infrastructure up. Then we'll mine some granite. And we'll see about making our hangar bay for the base. My only real problem for the hangar is I don't 100% know how big like the carrier is, and I still want to get a carrier. Even if I'm only using it in the Haga Basin, you know? Hey, what's up, Cupcake? How are you? Game's going great. Are you enjoying your time in Dune? But I want to build the hangar bay right here. So we'll start at the edge of this. And I want to make like hexagon or something. So I want a bunch of flat sides. And then from those flat sides, we're going to have a step up system that leads, you know, upwards and that has triangular or something platforms that jut out from it. And then those platforms will be where you land. And I think there's enough room for a carrier, right? If you had a big platform right here, I think you could put a carrier right here. And so we'll just step it up from down there up to here with platforms. And I think my base can go to about the top of this, I think. That actually might not be enough room. You come from further down? I really don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Going to have to look into it. But I got to go check the stove because my brain is telling me that I think I left it on. I'll be right back. Didn't leave the stove on, but I did leave the vent hood fan on. So, guess it's a good thing that we went and looked. But then I think also there will be a good opportunity to create, you know, a catwalk, an enclosed catwalk here. Maybe like a pentashield catwalk. That seems like a great idea, actually, just for funsies. Let's check something. So what I want is I want a catwalk, but I actually want to put a pentashield on the catwalk. Can I put, it doesn't look like I can. So I want railings, but it doesn't look like you can put a catwalk or a pentashield where there's railings, which is really fucking sad. What do we do? Let's take a look at our building pieces. What would there be? Is there like a really big window? What is this? Is this a passageway? Don't care about that. Hmm. Hmm. Go in here. All these windows are pretty shit. That's too bad. Oh, hey, I can make my large wind trap now. Oh, yeah. Almost due time. Let's go ahead and get this filter done real quick. Oh, don't have enough silicon. Really? Really? That's how you want to do me, game? that's how you want to do me. It's fine. Optimal dew harvest time. So I've already done this like 3 or 4 times today, so I've already picked up, a couple 100,000 water. And I'm still just constantly out of water. It's impressive how much water you can go through in a day. And when I look at that and I look at, trying to build these passive wind traps, I've already gotten 200,000 water on my own. In order for that to be what I get in 2 hours, right? I've been playing for 2 hours, 3.5 hours. So 3 hours. So I need 8. I would need about 8 of those large wind traps to get that much water in the 2 hours that I've been online. Now, thankfully, if you have enough storage to go with your wind traps, you can sort of uh, pre-fire the water. Because like overnight, they'll be gathering up water. So as long as you have enough capacity to store, everything that you get over the night, then you wake up to, a million water just sort of on standby. But even so, it is not going to be easy to make enough of these to meet even my fairly basic water needs. A lot of my storage is going to be going to water. And a lot of my fabrication facilities are going to be going to power and water collection. Because I don't want to get bodies. I don't want to do that again. It wasn't fun. I'm not okay with it. Give me the passive. It's the least efficient way, but I don't care. I'm going to stack like 30 of those things in this base. For every one of the 350 watt generators I can make 2 and a little bit of one of those big containers. So I figure, I get 80 facilities. Maybe want half of that capacity, even less than half of that capacity. Let's say I want 20. Let's say 30. I want 30 facilities for my my refineries and stuff. So if I keep 30 facilities for that, and I've got 80 facilities total, that means if I make 30 of these large collectors, I would need 15 wind turbines to go with them. And then I'd even get to make a little more than 30. I'd actually get to make like 35. So they get 50,000 every 8 hours. They get 150,000 a day. So 30 times 150,000 would be 4.5 million water a day. And then if I get enough storage that I can store 4.5 million water, which would be 45 large cisterns, I think that's okay. I think you get like 120 storage facilities. So 45 large cisterns isn't so bad. Make a couple hundred of silicone. Let's top out that. Let's max Madura. Nope. Duraluminum craft amount instead of 72. Let's do just 60. Reason I did that way is I want to come over here and I want to make some of these bad boys. Once I get a little more silicon. Oh wait, I've already made these. Holy cow. You can put these up right now, start gaining water. Okay. So these actually last a full 24 hours. That's nice. So each of these filters lasts half a day. It can be, it looks like each filter probably only fits in one. Or is it stacks of 5? If it's stacks of 5, then that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 and a half days that you can get one of these running at a time. That's pretty good. We get a little spice residue. Wait for one more silicon and then we'll craft both of these. We are going to have to make sure we go out and get plant fiber and bullshit, but you know, got to do what you got to do. And let's see what kind of power we're rocking right now. I think I've got a little more power than I need, but not very much. Yeah, only 10. Okay. We need to start replacing those with wind turbines. We need to start getting big wind turbines. We'll need lots of water. All very bullshitty. But now that we have some auto water generation, we can take it nice and slow. All right, we've got 2 days worth of water in here. This says it's 60% capacity. So yeah, it looks like I actually only can put 2 more of these in here. So even though it's got 5 storage pockets, you can only fit 5 of these in here. So you can only get 3 days. Yeah, the one that it's using plus 5 more. So you can only get 3 days of use out of it. So unless these advanced filters are way lighter, and they're not, or last way longer, at least every 3 days I gotta add these, which is totally doable. It's way better than, every hour with a death still. Right now we have about half a day of water storage. We need more silicone for some cisterns. Oh, these are not the cisterns that I want. Hang on, I haven't even unlocked the right cisterns yet. There we go. And let's go ahead and unlock my adept sniper. Pristine. So what do I need here? Some more duraluminum, lots more silicone. Oh, and these require industrial pumps. Wow. Okay. Okay. The end game infrastructure is expensive. That's okay. We can deal with it. I don't know about y'all. I got a little vertigo there. Just a little bit. Also, I didn't bring any fuel down with me, so I actually have to go all the way back up now. Put that Mark V cut array on. Let's repair some stuffs here. Nope, no more welding wire. Okay. Well, I gotta go back up anyway, so. Need to get some fuel. Fuel. Much better. So, primarily the thing we're looking at here is we want to go get some granite. I'm going to start seeing about some building. I don't need that. The fuel should come out right here. You only need 1 or 2 pieces for the moment. So let's go yeet ourselves off a cliff and see what we can see here. Probably go to the same area that I usually go to get aluminum to get granite. There's quite a bit of granite over that way. And there's not really a ton of granite down here in the Odom. It's a lot of basalt, and I don't have the Atreides or the Harkonnen structures yet. They did say that they are going to make it so that you can eventually go ahead and change the Harkonnen and Atreides structures in for the structures that you've already placed. Or, you know, trade in the Chomes for the Atreides or whatever. You're going to be able to just swap structures. So I'll probably just make everything out of Chome for now. And then in the future, when they do that, I'll maybe go through the effort of joining and betraying one of the great houses so that I can buy up all of those. I do have to pay my taxes this week, which is apparently 1,000 Solari. It's going to start being 24,000 Solari a week. So I have about 3 weeks worth of taxes in my storage already. But I do need to start looking at ways to farm Solari, or start looking at stuff that I can do to sell on the market to make a little Solari. If there's a reasonably easy way that I can, you know, sell some stacks of something or something like that to get the 24K I need, then we'll do that. But let's just get a bunch of granite here and crash. Yeah, I honestly don't even know how people are to the deep desert yet. I mean, I understand like the large groups and stuff maybe, but even if I was on my other main character, I'd still barely be getting to a point where I felt like my infrastructure was good enough that I should be spending any sort of significant amount of time in the deep desert. And now that I'm playing solo and I'm looking at, you know, how long it's going to take to get the water right and the power right and all that stuff, I mean, I'm looking at maybe a whole week before I'm really in the deep desert, you know? I definitely don't want to be spending time in the deep desert if I'm not going to be effective there. You got to look at, you know, sure, plastanium tier stuff is better than duraluminum tier stuff, but you got to look at how much you're able to gather in a given time, right? I can get thousands of duraluminum a day, and I can get that going, and that helps me put up infrastructure and all that stuff. But if I just skipped and started going to plastanium and trying to make plastanium stuff, I would maybe be able to refine with all of the water I could gather like a couple hundred plastanium in a day because my infrastructure just isn't there. And so you got to take your time. You got to recognize what the different tiers are good for and the tier that you need to be focusing on at that point in the game. If, if your infrastructure is good, if you got tons of power, you got tons of water, and you're not even able to keep up with all your water with like trying to do duraluminum and stuff, which is a position we started to get into at the end there in the guild, then absolutely it's time to move on. Go out to the deep desert, get that stuff going on, get some plastanium, get some spice, start making bigger refineries so you can start doing more stuff at a time. All that stuff is a big part. Almost fell in that hole. But if you're underperforming at one tier, moving to the next tier is not going to make you perform better. You're just going to underperform more. I know everybody's in a hurry to get out to the deep desert, but honestly, the deep desert's just a barren wasteland of garbage, so probably have more fun if you just stick around here anyway. Crash. Pretty sure I've been talking to myself for a while. Whoops. Okay, I was just pontificating about dumb shit again. Nothing nobody wants to be hearing. Whee! Alright, now how do we make a hexagon? Is the real question. Interloper. I think we'll actually just leave the granite in the box. What's in the box? Time is it? Not due time yet. So we can go put in a little work here. So once we get this whole thing done, this little platform right here is probably going to go bye-bye. And once this platform goes bye-bye, this flat wall is even more garbage. Because it's just a flat wall. The JPEG with the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. Welcome to my giant base on the side of a mountain. So, what are we looking at here? I like the facility ones better than I like the shelter ones. I'm kind of a industrial kind of a person. So let's see if we come off of here. Oops. Let's see. So from here, pushing back, there's quite a bit of room, and we've got quite a bit of room to head out that way as well. I think here might be the spot where the triangle needs to go. And then start coming in this way. We've got 1, 2, 3. Hmm. Needs to go out that way quite a bit farther. Um, hmm. What are we gonna do here? This obviously needs to go out farther, so let's go ahead and actually build these. Whoops. Because this is not. No way it lets me come out this far. That's crazy. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's like 7 ceilings out. So we lose our structure going this way, but I think we can fix that by coming down with these. So it's important to know which one you're using. So these go in the center of the tiles and these go on the edges of the tiles. So um, I probably want the edge ones because I want to um, get in the way as little as possible. And I don't want too many structures, insufficient stability. See, I want to get to the stability here. Okay. This is going to end up getting to be so much larger than I thought. So this might actually have to be... I honestly, I don't even think I wanted to go out this far. Because I think, honestly, you could fly a carrier up, even through here. So what I want is I want a giant pentashield. And I want that pentashield to be something that you fly up into. And I want that to be big enough for a carrier, which I think is at least 4 across, but let's make it 5 across. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. Every friggin' time. So the 6th one is going to be the edge of this pentashield. And where you fly up in. And then I want to create a triangle. Insufficient stability. Okay. I have stability here, though. Can I go out from here? So why is there insufficient stability on the triangle? Because I can build... Oh, need one more across there. If I can't fit a triangle in here, then I'm really confused how I'm supposed to build this. And no stability. So the reason there's no stability is I could build out. As long as I build out, I could get there. But there's not going to be any stability. So we may need to... There's probably extra stability coming from this side, right? Because this side is attached. We're coming up too short. So our stability needs to extend too, which honestly means putting it right there. Or shrinking this by 1 and then moving that over. But I do want to be able to fly a carrier up through here. Let's say shrinking it by 1. Oh, nice. If I shrink it by one, it fits. Do you think a carrier fits in there? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide. I think a carrier might fit in that. No, I don't think it's going to actually. I think that might be too small. For sure, an assault can fit in there, and for sure, um, a little guy can fit in there. So at least there's that. Okay, so now we need to work on dropping this angle because I don't have pieces that fit in there. So what is this trying to do? Doesn't really make any sense. Is there no way to make a fucking hexagon in this? This piece? Can I demolish that? No, close enough. This game just doesn't want me to be happy, does it? I hate that a lot. Honestly, I also hate this whole entrance thing that I'm building here. It's not really becoming what I want. Because I sort of want the entrance to be a protrusion from the structure. I want you to like fly in and fly up. But I'm having a little trouble making that happen. And it's primarily because the building pieces in this game are garbage. Because I have to build the outline. Because I wanted to get a pentashield. Which I guess means I do want a square. I don't want a square, I'd rather a triangle. But you can't put a triangle pentashield, so let's see. So this is kind of what I'm looking for, right? Because I can go up from here, and then I can go in. Then from the other side, I can kind of do the same thing. So how did we do that? We went out right here. Let's go one more this way. And then we went out one, round one. And then one, two. Okay, we want to bring that back actually. So we can't quite put the land claim in here, but we could put it out here. This isn't ideal, but it does, I think, give me structure. And so then what I'm looking for is just to put landing pads, right? So the landing pad I had before over there is kind of what I want here. And we just bring in the triangles. Okay, so I'll be putting a pentashield that hangs out over. And then you fly up in, and then I'm going to put these walls here just to give an idea. But the whole structure is going to be kind of this shape right here. I'm sad that I can't build into this right here because I don't have the land claim there. That's really unfortunate. Because I'd really love to go ahead and build all the way into the wall and use the wall as part of the actual wall. I guess, let's see. Okay, so if I'm one closer, it does allow me to do that. And I think that might be worth it to me. Almost just dropped myself off a cliff. Can I put a structure here and here? And does that create enough stability? Take these down this way. It does, and then I can generate a little more stability by putting that one there. So this would be a landing pad. You'd come in right here. Right, we're gonna head out We're going to head out this way, and this is what's going to hold our pentashield. And I need to fill in the inside of this. Somehow I got this to line up right. I don't actually know how I did it, but it's cool. I dig it. But then we're going to demolish this because this is wrong right now. But I don't think it's going to get right. I think we actually need to bring in. Because what I wanted here, and the reason I did what I did here, is I want the walls to go all the way into the rock face here. Because I want the rock face to be as many of my walls as possible. A, it's going to save me on pieces, but B, it just looks cooler. And so we want to fill in the whole bottom of this, I think. Let's see about... Oh, hey, what's up, Dima? Sorry, I got super focused here. I have been not turning on my mute and all kinds of stuff. I'm having some ick in my throat. And I've just been lasered in. So what I'm trying to do right now is I want to make a big multi-angled, this is going to be a hanger, and I'm going to raise it up. Here, and I'm going to take it all the way to the roof, and then periodically, so what you're going to do is you're going to come in, I'm going to put a pentashield that lays flat here, and the pentashield area is going to protrude from the main structure, and it's going to be maybe 2 or 3 walls high. Actually, it might be 4 walls high, and you'll fly up in through the pentashield from the bottom, and then you'll come into the big hangar area, and then there's going to be triangular protrusions periodically, and even directly above us here. Maybe not directly above us. Maybe they'll just be on the sides. Or maybe we'll make a staircase out of it. I kind of want to make a staircase out of it, but I don't think it'll necessarily work right. But yeah, you're going to fly up and there's going to be like triangle bays. We'll see. It might suck really bad. I might just end up scrapping the whole thing, but need more granite. We'll fucking see. If I can at least get it roughed out, maybe I can find where some issues are. And then, you know, improve the overall design. But I think it'd be super cool if you could see a pentashield from down here and you just fly up into the pentashield. And then bammo, hanger. And then you fly over here and you just boop, set down. Kinda dig it. Oh, nope, wall doesn't go there. Let's just build these walls all the way up so I can get an idea of how much space I'm dealing with. Whoa, shiznit. Maybe I should build the whole floor first. What do you think? I can probably get rid of those supports there too if I build foundies. So we'll get structural. Yeah, we'll just build foundations all across this backside here. And that'll give us the structural support we need for all these roofs. And then we can whoops. And we can probably get rid of that big ugly pillar there. Okay. Let's do some walls. Oh, nope. Still got floor. Goodness, already out of granite. Okay. It's impressive once you kind of get an idea and start just laying things down, how quickly you could just be running out of resources. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm out of water. Again. So much durability loss due to me being out of fucking water, dude. Speaking of which, let's go get a water run in. Since it's nighttime. And it's due time. We can get a water run in and get some water for ourselves. Maybe we stop dying. Maybe we'll go ahead and keep one of the deciliter Johns full. Because that would be the smart thing to do. We're smart gamers. All right. Man, I'm really not feeling good. I'm feeling funky. I don't know what's going on. I don't feel good at all. Maybe I ate too much. Maybe I ate too much. I guess the other thing I could have done is I'm trying to set this up closer. Maybe I can set it up farther away. Yeah, so something I was looking at that was part of the problem here was that I couldn't use the wall as a wall because there would be a gap. But I actually think I can overcome that by going out further instead of coming in closer. Let's see. Before I get too far in, I think that'll work. Because right now it's not big enough. It needs to be bigger. Okay, need more. I should have started from that structure, because these structures are no longer connected, and that sucks. Or they're not gonna be connected, and that sucks. I wanted to make a little bit of a bridge between them. But I don't know that that's even really possible. I'm kind of on a roll right now, and I don't want to stop that momentum. Because now it's looking pretty great. Because the pentashield will be right here. And you'll just whoop right up through the pentashield and then bam into the hangar. Yeah. Let's do structural. Nope. Okay. So now we do walls. And we're going to take this all the way up, high as our building limit will let us. Because we want a big ass hangar. And there's going to be an interface right here. Wait, is there? Yeah, we might make it so you have to go up. No, we won't make it. Well, we'll put an inside wall. So you have to fly in. Or maybe not. Not 100%. Goodness, we're gonna need a whole shiznit ton of granite, though. We're definitely gonna need walls out here. Definitely still need to make my pentashield thing. I wish there was a way that I could just make like a thin strip of wall here. But, you know, you can only do what you can do. While we're doing this, let's see if I can take apart this platform without totally destroying everything. Before we get too much farther. That may end up having to be replaced, but hopefully not. Because honestly, if I can go straight across from here, that'll be good enough, I think. Might need to be able to get one more out. I don't know how wide the fucking carrier is. Let's build. I go out here, and then what does this say? Insufficient support. So That would only give me 3 on the inside. I really probably need 5 on the inside. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is definitely long enough. And I have the support here on this side to go this way. I honestly think I just miss like 1, maybe 2 over there. Yeah, I missed 2 over here because I lack close enough support to come out here. I really don't want to build that ugly ass pillar again. Pillar could maybe go here. That might make it close enough. It has to be closer than these structural bits over here. This is currently part of the structure that's holding it up. Is these pieces in the wall over here. I really need to come up with something to maybe do underneath here too. Okay, bad things are happening. Watch that. Oh, my power pack's dead. Bro. Guess it's a good thing I am a climbing expert. Booyah. I actually don't think I've put away my water or done anything with it. We want to go up to like 31, nope, 41,000. I don't know. Something. Oh, we had water because our little water sucker thing is making water. Good enough? Let's go see what we can make here. There, Mr. Power Pack. There, Mr. Deca Leader John. There, Mr. Suspensor Belt. We have quite a bit of silicon. Let's make all the duraluminum we can. Oh, we're looking as far as like aluminum ore. Okay, we still got like 300 aluminum worth of aluminum ore. Man, it takes a long time to make some of this stuff. Let's go pick up some more granite. Oh, yeah. Just looking at that, I can see it's going to be great to fly up in there. Those boop, and then you'll be in the hangar. Oh, yeah. And then, honestly, the smaller planes will be able to just drop down on the bottom here. And then we'll just make a whole tiered. Oh, it's going to be so good, dude. Just need to figure out how to get this freaking protrusion from my pentashield. What kind of roofs do we get? Hang on a sec. I don't even know what the fudge this is. Oh, I know what it is. I wish I had just a real thin bit that I could stretch across here. Because then I could make this one shorter and I think I'd be able to make it. But I think I need at least 4 wide, and that's 1, 2, 4. Yeah. What if I cut in one more? What if that's the solution? So if I demolish, this is a structure, so I can demolish this just fine, right? And if I cut in one more, even though we've got a little bit of the rock in the way here, it should allow us to come in one more here. And then we build across with the correct. Nice. And then we demolish that one, and now we have a pentashield opening. So let's actually go to where the pentashield's at. Can I stretch a pentashield across there? Yeah. Okay, all my power went down because I don't have the power to run that right now. But can I access this now? All right, let's disable it for now. Let everything else get going. I keep forgetting to turn my mute off. I am so sorry. I swear I have a thought process that's going on in my brain. So the problem I'm having is that I can't connect these two parts here. So there's no way to just start building a wall from on top of this roof right here. Because I just want a wall to go right here. But it definitely doesn't want to do that. Or if I could get it. Yeah, there's just nothing. Like, it'll do it right here. But then I'm covering up part of the roof here, and I want this to be straight open. So I may just have to not use the cool roof. Well, I guess I can use the cool roof on that side. Oh, not again. So let's still do cool roof over here. We can definitely do that. So cool roof, insufficient stability. Yeah, cool roof. Oh, needs to be other cool roof. Because I can still do that. No, what I need to do is use the slant, then put this in there. And I should be able to put a half wall right next to it. And then just use... Actually, I think I can put a whole wall right next to it. No, I need the half wall, that's right. I'm going to put ceilings across right there. Perfect, okay. All right, we figured it out. But I'm still failing on the stability department. Which is unfortunate. Demolish that, demolish that. Put in a slanty, cool roof. That. Put a half wall. Now we can do roofs all the way across here. One. Steal that stability, I can. Does that give me enough to steal the stability for these? It does not. Damn it. We're so close. Let's do structural. Let's put, even though I don't want to put this here. Oh, I can't because the pentashield's there. Okay. Definitely going to be able to get a carrier in there once we get a little higher up. You're going to have to fly the carrier the highest, which is going to make it a little complicated, but I think it's going to be worth it. It's going to be dope. Going to be dope for Trill. But how do I get just a little bit more structure? I think I just have to put back the the things that I hate, which makes me a little sad, but sometimes you got to do things you hate. We could maybe make it a little more cool looking. Have it down right here. Insufficient stability. Look, game, you're starting to upset me. Placement blocked by another object. What are you even talking about, dude? All right, let's find out if that's enough. I don't actually think that it is. Negative. Okay. Fairly certain that's enough structure. I don't like having to have that there, but I don't think I'm going to get a choice. Here's hoping that at least that is good enough. Yes. Perfect. Okay. We can get our whole roof in that way. It's less than ideal, but we can get our roof in that way. And that's more important to me than anything else. So let's get our half walls. Let's finish off our little half wall section here. And then we can just start building up and see kind of where we're at. How high can this go? Oh, I'm still not even all the way up to the top. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. How tall is my base? Yo. Okay. I see you. So we're going to have to re-angle this and bring this in with a whole other side on this side. Because this goes up too high. That's kind of exciting. So that'll be sort of the end of this wall right here. Well, I think one more in because I need it to, yeah, go all the way in. And then we'll shift it again. That might make it uneven, but honestly, I think it's so large that nobody will even notice. Or maybe we just need to make the shift earlier. Let's see. I've got, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over there, and I've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it looks like I have 6 or maybe some 1, 2. It looks like I have like 5.5 over here, so definitely. But we're not there yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, that's 7. We will have to turn it in on this last one. I can't get any more than 6 over here, I don't think. No matter how high I go up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So that one's just slightly longer than this one. I guess it looks like it does need a 7th, sort of. Oh no. There's no land claim there. There's going to be a gap. Oh no, there's not. Not how I want to solve that though. No. Okay, hang on a second. If we go one sort of little wedge like that, and then put the walls, they go into, okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. So we can fix that. And we'll drive it into this wall right here. And we already have that sort of set up. So this is where those go. Gosh, we are like right on the edge of the land claim here. This is great. And we'll probably have to build 2 walls here. And that'll put us all the way into the corner. We may end up having to build some additional walls up near this edge where the mountain will protrude and then recede and then protrude. We'll have to put some walls in the way. And it'll get a little janky, but I honestly think it'll be good janky, not bad janky. But like we got to put these right here. but it's going to look like this the whole way, where there's like some wall protruding and then we build and then some wall protruding. I'm kind of into it. Is this all the way up? Holy crap, this goes way up here. Got one, maybe two more? No, we got a whole bunch more. Oh my god. This is so huge. Oh man, this is fantastic. I'm loving it. Ooh, I just had a really cool idea for this too. Over the middle piece, as we get higher up, I'm going to put another protrusion, but it's going to have all those oblong glass, and it's going to be on both sides, and it's going to go through the wall. And there will be the oblong glass bits in there like it's a control tower. Ooh, this is going to look good. We'll maybe even make a way to get into the control tower. But like, maybe right about here, we'll put, a little bit of a square that you could stand in here. And then there will be glass that faces in and glass that faces out, as if there's a control tower in here of people like directing the craft as they come in. All right, let's sugar wire our way up here. What's crazy to me is this isn't above my build limit here. Oh my goodness, look at how tall that is. And then it just runs right along the edge here. This is perfect. We're going to meet those right in there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool. We'll worry about that last. Let's start getting the front panel of this put on. So the other way this could go is I could fill this in and stop having this wall here. And then I could just make entrances along the sides. But I think I like just having this one entrance. Because technically you could have an entrance at every bay, right? At every, I guess you would call it a berthing, or at every berth. But instead of having an entrance at every berth, I want to have one entrance and exit. And then we'll have, gosh, we'll even be able to maybe have some more. This is going to end up being way more interesting and way larger than I thought. I knew it was going to be huge. I did not realize it was going to be this freaking huge. I'm going to need so much granite. So we'll get some more. I actually think I need to go gather this time. I think I'm out. We'll gather a little granite, and that'll hopefully take us to the nighttime so we can fill up our leader johns. Oh, this motherfucker thinks he's fancy. Get wrecked. Oh, look at me. I stand up on the cliff protecting things. I'm gonna snipe you. Oh, no, I'm dead. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. That guy got run over by my buggy. I'm not surprised. Not everything lasts. Also, there's going to be some cool lighting potential in here. I didn't really think about that, but it's going to be super dark in there. So some interesting lighting on the berths so that you know like where you're supposed to land and stuff like that. I honestly might just go ahead and make it public just so people can go in there and land. That does leave me open to potentially some griefing. You know, some people coming in and like loading up all the spots or something like that to get in my way. But I think people will think it's cool enough that they'll just leave me the F alone. I hope. I hope. But I want people to be able to come in and like look at stuff and see things. And I'm a little hesitant to allow people inside my main base because then they could like drop ornithopters and stuff in there. And I wouldn't be able to move around inside my own base. Oh my goodness, have we been going for 6 hours already today? Gee-bus. These last few hours have really flown by with the trying to build. Not that they've probably flown by for y'all, because I keep forgetting to turn my mute off so I can actually talk. Which is honestly why never mind. Got to figure out some stuff to do on the lower section. I'm having trouble thinking of things that might have a purpose. So it's probably just going to have to be purely decorative. We might try to make like a weird barracks type thing. But the way I want to do it isn't by creating like a huge barracks and then subdividing it. I want you to be able to tell that it's a barracks with a lot of different rooms from the outside. So I think maybe some little kind of round structures coming off, like half round structures that are only like, 3 foundations by 3 foundations or something like that, and that have rounded corners all around. So like rounded corner, flat wall, rounded corner, flat wall, and then into the wall, like into the stone. So they'd be really small. And then I want to have them connected by like little catwalks. And then maybe connect them all to a larger one that would serve as like a communal area. And I would probably never go in those places. They would just be there. Maybe I'd throw some loot in there or something, but you can't see shit at night. I haven't got any granite. I've gotten a couple stacks. Since it's getting pretty close, though, let's just go ahead and jump off here to where the water is. And I got just a minute or two here. I might go use. Well, no, we'll get the water, and then I'll get back to base. And then I got to use a restroom. Big yawn. And then we're gonna have to turn the game off and restart it so we can keep going. We've already been streaming for so long. Just killing it today. We'll fill up our tanks here, then we'll drink. Then we'll fill up again. I mean, I guess I can just drink. What should I do with the top of this thing? I want to make an interesting roof. I'm thinking something that comes, that slopes in really hard, comes to a narrower top. So I actually am going to need to lower. Ooh, no, if I do that, I have to lower the sides. And I don't necessarily want to lower the sides. We'll have to see how many berths I can put in here and what shape they're going to take and stuff like that before I worry about any of the rest of that. As I'm actually considering here right now, I'm thinking that I might need to actually make the place where you enter um, full size, like full vertical length, because you're going to need to be able to fly up on the inside, and these berths might protrude too far. I don't think they will because they're going to be kind of at an angle. So I think we'll be okay. But it may be something that has to be changed, so I won't put too much work into that wall there right away. I'll do the other walls first, and then we'll start working on making the berths and just see sort of how the berths start coming together. Because I am definitely just making shit up as I go along. I had kind of a general outline that I wanted. You know, I wanted the sort of hexagonal shape, and I wanted the underside entrance, right? I wanted to fly up into the berthing or into the berth. But somebody's coming to say what's up. Too bad for them, I can't talk. All right, we're not doing that one. Hi, nerd. Sorry I didn't talk to you. I'm gonna have to, like, build myself things to stand on as I build this wall. It's too high up there. I can't build anything. Let's make. That'll be good enough. This is definitely the most ridiculous thing I've ever built. Maybe the coolest? Oh, no, that's right. We have to readjust that because it actually has to angle in. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start putting those a half step off, I think. There's the angle, and I can just delete from the other side, I think. And I'm pretty sure, yep, I can just go right here. And the same thing will happen on this side as is going to happen on the other side, where sometimes it'll go into the rock and sometimes it won't. And I'll just keep building till it always goes into the rock. It'll end up being a lot of extra building pieces that don't actually need to be there, that aren't really serving any value. But oh, sorry, I just smacked my microphone. Yeah, the more I look at this and the more I realize how far back into this wall I'm gonna be able to go, the more I realize this is obscenely large. I mean, obscenely large. I'm gonna have a hard time getting a roof on this thing, aren't I? And I need so much freaking granite. Okay, well, let's fly over. Do I have fuel? I do. Let's get back over to our regular base here. This thing seems so small now comparatively. But let's get back into the base. Let's reset our GeForce Now session. Let's deposit most of this water. Then I gotta use the restroom real quick. Then we're gonna see about maybe trying to do a little more building. I don't know. Do you all prefer that I build on stream, or do you want me to build off stream and then show you what I built? Because it seems like I'm not terribly interesting when it comes to building, and I'm still kind of figuring out what I'm doing, I think. So I could understand if it seemed a little boring to listen to. But if I'll find it interesting, then, I'm happy to keep building on stream, but if it's the least interesting thing about the stream, then we'll do other stuff and then I'll just build off stream. It's fine. And then I can just show you. Let's trigger some more stuff up here. I only make 12 more durable. Oh, because I'm out of aluminum. Holy shnikes. Let's fix that. Ooh, yeah. All right. So let's put y'all on the Be Bag Later screen. And then I'll exit the game. And we'll go ahead and get the game started turning back on. And I'll use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right. We back. We put a little caffeine squirty stuff in my water because I'm getting a little tired. 200 milligrams that I take when I wake up is starting to wear off. Am I completely dependent on extraordinary amounts of caffeine to function as a normal human being? Absolutely. Is it probably really bad for my health? Also, absolutely. Do I give even the remotest of fucks? Absolutely not. Checking shaders. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Bully of Tea. The wind blew harder about it down below. My bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. You know, I imagine the miners that are used to harvest spice have a similar outlook on life as old school whalers, right? Driven to some of the harshest conditions in the entire world to find a resource that in the time was remarkably, remarkably valuable while getting paid virtually peanuts to harvest said resource in said harsh conditions, utterly destroying a person's body. I imagine, you know, coal miners, gold miners, anybody who worked in a mine shaft, similar situation. It's a real long history of people working in horrible, horrible conditions. Where is my vehicle? Okay, good. It's in my tool. I was mildly concerned there for a minute. Well, muted again. So you'll come up, right? And then you'll fly up. And then on the left and on the right, there's going to be angled landing pads, right? Coming out of the wall, jutting in here. And I can't decide what I want to do with those landing pads as far as Um, do we eventually come back down to the ground, right? Is there going to be something down here? Is there storage down here? What's this ground floor for? Do we have ladders that come down for each one? Do we have staircases that come down for each one? Do the staircases go down to the next lower one, or do they each go all the way down to the floor? I want to put storage, I think, on each of the landing pads so that you can just depot your shit. But honestly, because I'm playing by myself, actually, that's completely irrelevant. And in fact, this entire structure is pretty irrelevant. So I can, as a solo, I could totally just play in this one little structure over here, right? I never have to get anything bigger than this. I guess I will eventually have a carrier. My carrier will stay over here. I'll get some assault thopters. I'll leave some assault thopters over here. Mostly for show more than actually playing, I guess. But let's see. We need more walls. More flipping walls. All right. Let's just do this thing. At least for now, I know that the goal is just get these walls made, right? I'm actually shocked that I can even put that one up. So the next thing to consider is the ceiling, I think. Do I want to just flat ceiling here? I don't think I like that. It's going to be huge, so a flat ceiling would be massive and flat. So I think maybe taking this down two or three levels and then angling in the ceiling and then making a little bit of a flat might just be a more aesthetic idea. So let's try and get one of the berths built here. Let's see how we like it. We want the first one, I think. Let's do 3 up. Let's always go 3 up. Let's go 4 up. So the first one we'll do 3 up. I will do 2 up. Because this bottom floor, I don't really want people storing vehicles on. So we go roofs, we go triangles. Right, this is number 1. Okay. So we're going to go in 1 on each side. So it's not the whole thing. It's only going to be 4 wide, which may not be big enough for a carrier. And so if I ever get a carrier or when I get a carrier, I'm probably going to need to reevaluate. But I think this will be large enough. Insufficient. Okay. Well, it said insufficient stability. And then it was perfectly fine. Okay, that actually isn't enough. So here's the difficulty I've realized I'm going to run into. The stability of these pieces coming off of these walls is based on their proximity to these other structures here. So I think it's a count of like how far away you are from your nearest core structure. So I don't know if I can fix that stability problem. Yeah. That's pretty bad, actually. I can't give those walls any more stability. I can't move that stability this way at all. So those spikes are kind of interesting texturally, but they don't serve any purpose. I can't land an assault. Well, I could probably land an assault up there. That's probably it. And they don't use nearly enough of this internal space here. So this game is different from a lot of other games that I've built in because you don't just need to have foundation underneath the structures you're building. You actually have to have structure holding them up. Um, the other option is maybe to put just like a single pillar. And then I don't know if everything would be able to fall off of that same pillar. But we could place maybe something in the middle here. I don't know. Let's see. 'Cause I don't really mind necessarily having a pillar for some structure. It will get in the way a little. And that makes me feel like maybe it needs to be, right? Everything needs to be vertical. So what'll happen is you're going to fly up, right? You're flying up through the thing. You've got your pentashield here. You're going to fly up through your pentashield. Definitely an assault will fit through here. It'll probably be a little tight. You'll probably have to actually be a good pilot, but that's cool. And then once you're in here, you've got a wall right here. And so then we put out these diamond shapes. These, well, not these triangle shapes. These triangle shapes are going to need foundational support. Now, because we're under, or we're on a bunch of triangles here, might actually have some trouble centering a foundation. Does that create the support I want? That's in the wrong spot. Okay. So it has to go at the tip, right? Because maybe place. Okay, does that count? Yeah, it does. Fantastic. So that's fine. I can put that there for now until I can drop the structure from the tip here. The place I actually want the structure to go is further out. So we're going to create a bunch of structure and then hopefully we're going to destroy it. Hopefully all we need is something out here towards the end. And then just 3 more pieces go down. And that's the whole landing pad. So from there, right, from this tip here, is where we want it to come down. Or do we want to make a whole tip, and this will be where the pylon? Let's see. Can I build the structure down from here? Insufficient. Oh, but it knows. Okay. That's where I want that. Cool. So now we have our stable structure here. Now, hopefully, that pylon is enough. Okay. And then it just keeps going up. It still doesn't really stretch out very far, does it? So I think these sides are going to have to be smaller berths for assault ornies and these ornies. So you'll come up and you'll see berths coming in on both sides. And like this is where you'll land. And I want to flourish them up a little bit, right? I want to make some railings or something. I want to put some boxes back here. You know, just some different stuff like that. But every 3 or 4 high, heck, we might make them 4 high. We'll put a berthing or a berth down. And then the carrier ones, I think I might just build off the back wall here. Right, so we'll cover the whole ceiling, and then off the back wall, we'll make our carrier, and then maybe we'll even make another entrance for the carrier. It's like up above. Right, so maybe the carrier will come in from the top and then land like right here. And this will be the carrier berth. And then the other berths will be over there. And so this, yeah, we'll sweep these back. So we'll put 3 on each side here. And then we'll put angled roofing. So we'll slant the roofing back a couple. And then we'll make a flat spot up here where you'll put a big ass pentashield. And that's where carriers will come down. And they'll have a nice big berth right here that takes up sort of all this space so that you can drop off a Jeep or, you know, leave your sand crawler here so you can drop off your sand crawler. And there'll just be tons of room back in here. It's just associated with the carrier. This might be angled in too tight for that. So we may have to adjust how that wall right there is looking, because that's not looking like it wants to allow that. Right, it wants to cut a lot of stuff off here. Well, maybe not. We'll come all the way back to here, I guess. That still leaves all that space, and that one's going to come over there. Maybe. We'll see. Let's get these berths and stuff made, and let's see how that looks and how I feel about it. One, two, three, 4. Okay. So we're going to build these. All right, it says 1, 2, 3, 4. I imagine I could also take out some of these centerpieces and maybe just leave squares. I don't know if I need all of these to be triangles or not. I'm not 100% on that. There you. No, I'm out. Dookie. Dookie, dookie, dookie. Oh, I never actually placed the lights. I just placed down where I wanted the lights. That explains why it's not any brighter in here. I'm an idiot. So how are we going to flourish these? And how do we make... How do we make a staircase down from each one? Ooh, we don't. We do it along the side, right? Because there's like this whole empty space right here. So we build a scaffold up the side. Yes. With a landing. Okay. Okay. Hey, let me in. Let me in, you nerd. We are out of granite now. Okay, so we gotta go on another granite run. But I don't actually feel like doing that right now. I want to check on my infrastructure at the base. I want to check on my duraluminum. You know, how much do I have? Can I build another... can I build another structure? You know, what can I do? Need to see what I'm going to do about connecting these two locations also. But let's see what we can do about power and stuff over here. What kind of resources have we managed to accumulate over the day? Short cobalt paste. That's interesting. Get cobalt paste if I tear these down, don't I? But then I'm just making an equivalent exchange on power. Or at least fairly close. Do I have enough erythrite to make more cobalt paste? Negative. I have made all of my cobalt paste. Also would need industrial lubricant. So maybe that's a bad idea. How much steel do I have? Also need to buy some decorations so I can decorate the inside of this. Okay, so we can build more of just these regular. That might just end up being the key. At least for right this moment. Because with that extra, we can actually go ahead. Whoops. Was trying to be tricky. And I failed. So what I was saying was with that extra, we should be able to go ahead and come in here and turn the pentashield on. Surprisingly, this little area here turned out to be really nice. I could easily access the pentashield, but now we can enable that. And now that bad boy really glows. Ew. So good. Yep. It's a moon pool. Dig it. I dig it a lot, in fact. What are we looking at when it comes to these things? They just need silicone, so we need more silicone and more duraluminum. And then I can make another water generator thing, and that'll give me 300,000 water a day. It's only 300,000 a day. Better than nothing. So let's make a little more silicone. Let's make a little more duraluminum. Can't believe how much silicone and stuff I've already gone through. Oh yeah, let's just max that out. Use up that water. And we're making aluminum so that we can make duraluminum. Okay. So we've already got a couple hundred aluminum in the make. We just gotta wait. We have plenty of duraluminum ore. We have plenty of, well, not really. Enough for another 100 or so. Which is enough. That's fine. But we're gonna have to go and get more of all that stuff. And we're gonna be coming down to where we need some more calibrated servos too. Yeah, we're about to use the last of them to make another one of these. So we'll be down to one calibrated servo. We'll need some more spice. We're gonna have to go into the deep desert for that. What are we looking at on time here? Hmm. Oh shit. Oh, that'll kill you all the way. Okay, I get it. I thought I was being cheeky, saving myself from having to. Oh, ooh, okay. But that was going to be real bad there for a minute. It almost is water time. It really is more about water than anything else right now. I mean, I've spent hours today building, and I'm still working down the resources that I had. I haven't been super focused on the water, but I have gone and made a couple more runs since I started building. I still just haven't been able to run down those resources. So once the water collectors start doing more, I want to get 10 of them at least up. And that'll give me, like I said, 1.5 million a day. We'll get some cisterns up. We want at least five or 600,000 worth um, of water storage once we get 10 of them up. So I can use medium cisterns for that if I need to. I prefer to use the large, but I can use the mediums. And yeah, we're just gonna have to keep cranking it. There is a lot of resources between me and how I want this building. And there's a lot of resources between me and this hangar bay. There's a lot of resources, just a lot of resources in general. So we're going to be doing a lot of farming, doing a lot of resource gathering. Until eventually we can get the base built nice and we can get... My vehicles aren't making noises. The cut array is working. Everything else is working, but the vehicle, the Jeep, isn't making any noise. Weird. That's fucking weird. It's not too long until it's due time, so I honestly think I'll just wait. Because the water's more important than anything else. That seems slightly better instead of, having something that's actively hindering my goals. Definitely want tier 3 rifle damage. About to pass a level soon? Nope, just passed level 70. Mother fudge knocker. You are right, Drat. Thank goodness you told me. Because I can actually get back, I think, in time and repair it. I don't know what this glitch is, but I got to admit, I'm honestly pretty happy about not being able to hear the thopter. It's a cool noise, but I have been listening to it a lot over the last couple of weeks, and having a little bit of a reprieve from it is actually kind of nice. Hurry, hermit. Repair your friggin' scythe. You are so stupid. Thing barely has any durability left to repair. Thank you so much for that, Drat. That would have been one of those angry smash keyboard moments. We don't need any angry smash keyboard moments. How much you want to bet my power goes out in the middle of this? Nope. It's going to be fine. Thopter OP, man. Thopter OP. I can literally get anywhere on this entire map in like 4 minutes. So honestly, probably less than that if I use the pass through the wall trick. Go out into the world map, come back. I'll get it down to 2.5 minutes that way. Where are you, aluminum? Another thing I gotta go out for is fuel cells. Could be quite a few near the base, but I should take some time to go out and gather some up. Need them for the lubricants and stuff like that. Nice that I get to gather aluminum slightly faster now. Since I've got the Mark V cut array on here, you actually get almost another 100 when you go into the Mark VI cut array. I didn't realize for a really long time how much stronger it is, but because it uses spice and all that stuff, they've really given some of the Mark VI things a real premium, and it's not the same amount of increase that you normally get. It's a significantly higher increase because you go from 108 to 164 with the it actually might be a percentage increase because you go from 108 to 164 with the Mark IV to Mark V on the aluminum. And then you go from 164 to I think 248. So it might be 50%. You might get 82 or something on there. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. But it's worth it. I mean, if you can get another 50% of your resources, it cuts down the overall time you're spending out gathering by 50%. Doesn't cut down your travel times at all, but still. Then you put a Mark VI storage on there. The Mark VI storage holds 3,000, so you get to spend more time out gathering. So you're having to make fewer overall trips. You can end up saving yourself a whole hell of a lot of time. Pay for itself in a couple of days, easy. Close catapult. Yay. Do you have the time to listen to me whine? Get run over. Oh, they survived. So sad. They just like walked out in front of me too. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Law. So how do I adorn these? I really don't know. Like I like this one. It's got this nice little. Actually, I should do the same thing I did with this to those, and go ahead and put one line of just flat. We're definitely doing that. Instead of just a straight triangle, put this one row before it goes triangle. And then I think I maybe want to put something off of the outside of each one. Like put a little bubble wall. So if I can, if there's support, like bust 2 of these walls out or 3 of these walls out. Let's see. And then put, another floor out there. And then put bubble walls all the way around it. Yeah, I think I like all that. That's definitely all happening. Give the outside a little texture. Give the inside a little interest. Oh, my sound is back. That's interesting. Sad. Oh, the actual Thopter part of it is still pretty quiet. This whole thing is just strange. It's something about being up this high, maybe? It worked on the ground? Honestly, I have no clue what's going on. Maybe it's just the landing sounds that are working. This game is so weird. So that pillar holds this whole thing up. That's actually pretty great. I'm pretty happy with that. But what we want to do here is I want to put a flat. So I just saw, what things look like with my other one. So what I want to do here is I want to go ahead and put a flat. And it looks like we're going to have to tear this whole thing down. Okay. If that's the case, let's just do it the easy way. Oop. And then, no, and then. Three, four, five, six, and then we'll put the diagonals. That's how that other one is. And I liked that look because it's not just a straight triangle. Yeah, I'll remember to try and pick that up. Thanks, Strat. Maybe. I'll try to remember to pick that up. But this will also make these landing pads. Yeah, I'm not really either. It does it when you're too full, right? So oh, that's no longer in the right spot, is it? Okay. So we have to go back and just kind of recreate this whole system again. Oh, it was only 10. That's nice. Let's hit some structure. Where can we get this to go? Can it go right here? Will it go all the way up and meet that like this? She put fudge on it. Fudge. Okay. Hopefully that's good enough for most of the rest of this. Oh, nope. Bad spot. Okay. Really? This thing is trying to upset me. That is definitely what's happening. It's like, hey, you know what would be super fun? Is if I pissed off Hermit. And it's succeeding. Let me tell you. Hey, thanks, Strat. I appreciate it. Yeah, enjoy your last bits of work there, if that's possible. And then get your ass home and play video games. Okay, what about doing it this way? This game wants to be a cheeky little bugger. Okay, so that's now where I want that to come out to. Pretty sure I can just demolish that. We've got our structure there, which will get demolished momentarily. But in the meantime, we need to be able to place this down. Insufficient stability. Can I go forward? Or can I come down with this? Is that the right place? No. Okay, so I need to come down with it. So the way I need to do that is I would need to make this go to another place where I can put, there we go, some structure. Now that there's structure right there, surely it'll let me build down. Well, oh no, that's right. I wanted that to go all the way. Hang on. I wanted it to go to a point, and then I want to build on the point and not use the point. So we're going to come down from this. What do you mean insufficient stability? You're literally on the ground. You should be creating stability. Very upsetting. Okay, so that's just a roof. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe if we get rid of that roof and instead put some structural bits in here. Let's use triangles. Nope. What if we put some structural bits in there? Still insufficient stability. Game, you are pissing me off. Will that work? That does work. That upsets me. Okay. So let's then get crazy. Let's build Right next to that, we need, hang on, we need this back. So that we can demolish this. So that we can build a roof. It goes right there. So that we can build demolish that roof. Aw, you son of a beagle. So there's something slightly off here. It worked before, but now for some reason, this wall doesn't want to be at the same level, or this floor doesn't want to be at the same level as where this wall needs it to be. Oops. Um, okay, let's get some walls and let's build down from the triangle. Let's see if we can get a triangle on the floor here. Insufficient stability. So is there anything on this floor following that same path? No, it's bisected by this. Okay, so that can hold it. But I want it to be here. Let's demolish a couple of things here. And let's just try and get a triangle underneath there. I think that actually might be the spot. It doesn't look centered on the actual piece. No, maybe it is. We'll have to see if we can build off of there, but first let's see if it even holds. Nope. Okay. What about putting a square here? And then a triangle here. Then the base on the triangle. And then we put the roof like that. Okay, that holds. Nice. Now we have this really funky problem. What can I demolish and still have this stand? I get rid of that? Yes. My goal here. Yeah, way back when you first came on there, Gravy, I think you did. I believe so. Okay. So this is barely touching that. If I demolish this, does it vanish? It does. Okay. Didn't want that. You sure did. What games are you streaming today? Today was kind of a big build day. We've started building the hangar. I'm having a little trouble though with getting it set up properly. Did you see the part that I already made? I'll show you the. So I'm making a moon pool um, for the hanger. So this is just going to be a giant ass hanger right here. And the way it's going to work is you're going to come up from inside or from beneath through the pentashield to get into it. And then on this side, we're going to have some some berths. And on this side, we're going to have some berths. And then probably up here, we're going to make a big old platform for like a carrier and some other stuff. Like your sandcrawler and stuff will go there. So we're going to have like a giant ass hangar in here that you come up from below to get into. But this is what I built yesterday, just as sort of my getting started base. So it's got all my regular stuff in it, and it's got 3 floors. I think it's kind of cool looking. We got ourselves a nice little landing pad. This is all going to be storage, so it's pretty bare and boring. But then when you come up into the next floor, you've got like a nice little something. You've got your crafting benches over here. You've got your refineries in the back. You've got some power over there. If I lose the scout, I am getting up there by wire clawing my ass off. I have gotten up here without the use of my suspensor belt or my ornithopter before. I fell down with my ornithopter and didn't have my suspensor belt was broken. My ornithopter was still up here. So it is possible to climb all the way up here with just the wire claw. It's not fun, but it can be done. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I don't even remember how all these pieces went anymore. But whatever it was not what I have right now. There we go. And boil some eggs. Heck yeah, I love hard-boiled eggs. This is quickly becoming the most upsetting way I've ever gone about building anything in the history of my life. I might just have to go ahead and suck it up and just drop my, because I think I can build the structural thing right here, right? I think this worked earlier. What if we put, hang on, off the front? How about now? Can I put the freaking thing? Okay. Now you're placed. Okay. This is fine.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Since you never know. So this is 6. So the structure needs to be 6 wide. Structure will need to be
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't want it on the 1. I want it in the middle. How does that even work? How am I even getting one?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I am so confused. Hmm. I mean, that spot right there seems to come straight out from where I'm looking for. Okay. So I can get it back into there like that. But if I demolish that and I put the roof on it like this, does it line up? It does. Poking out the other side? It is poking out the other side. Okay, so that's the problem. Triangles don't want to line up with the squares. And they don't gather stability from that wall this way. The whole thing is gaining its stability from this. So if I demolish that, and then I build here, eventually there will come a point or maybe not, where it's no longer stable. And so then we can build that was 7 right there. Nope. Okay. I think it's probably break time. This is starting to upset the hermit. We will get back to figuring out how to make our stuff later. What we might have to do is we might just have to make them square. Maybe some square structures will fit. I think the big part of the problem is that when I might have to just redo all of this. But I might need to put some structure over there so that I can tear this whole floor out and redo it. And that's probably going to mean I'm going to need to tear this whole floor out too. Maybe if I redo this floor in the same way that I intend to do the overlying berths, then I'll be able to get it to work properly. But that will require significantly more forethought and effort. Right now, my brain is just a little bit fried from all the problems we've been having. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take a little break, maybe watch a little TV, and then I'll get back on and I'll see if I can't get some of this working tonight so that I can show it to you all tomorrow for the live stream. And then we'll see if we can get some of these things connected. As soon as we've got this big structure done, we've got it connected at least somewhat to this structure over here so that I can, tear out this landing pad here and start using that stuff kind of legitimately. Start using this as a legitimate landing pad and stuff. And we'll do that. Something I do kind of want to maybe do is put a catwalk across the back here. Not 100%. I don't know. There's a bunch of things to inspect and look at, right? We got to get this front wall textured with some stuff. I have some ideas for that. We're going to need something right here. I've got a pretty good idea for that. It's just going to take a really long time to make this look like not garbage. So we'll work on that over the course of the next couple of days. But I think that's enough today. I'll try and get some resources gathered up tonight. So, so we can just build a little more tomorrow. And then we'll have a nice build stream again tomorrow, and we'll see what we can't do. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. Gravy, thanks for stopping and saying what's up. And I hope everybody enjoyed the build stream, and we will see you all on the next one tomorrow.